powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
My name is Elsie Lamar, your favorite host for Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, which starts from Presec Legon at exactly 6 a.m. And then we will end at the Delish restaurants inside East Legon. Make sure you be a part of it and do not miss it. Stay safe and save lives.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant. Crime and its related activities continue to be among any country's biggest concerns, and the case of Ghana is no different. Available statistics say that as of June 2021, Ghana achieved a crime index of 46.98, meaning that at the said date, crime in Ghana was considered as being on a moderate level. In 2019, however, the level of crime is said to have peaked. Despite these statistics, there continues to be reported cases of crime that have led to loss of properties and deaths across the country. Daylight robbery has become a major cause for concern in recent times, with mobile money vendors and shop operators being major victims. Robberies in traffic used to be a thing people only complain about as being rampant at night, but the stories have changed. In the month of September alone, and in the space of 1 week, there were some 4 major robberies recorded in Accra, as they were reported by major news portals in the country. On September 20, 2021, a robbery syndicate tailed a woman from a bank in Abeka in Accra and robbed her of an estimated amount of 29,000 Ghana cedis. 3 days after, another robbery of similar fashion happened at Kwashiman, where a man was shot in a daylight robbery operation close to a Bank of Africa branch. At Sampa Valley near Wager Barrier on Friday, September 24, 2021, 4 robbers on 2 different motorbikes carried out another successful robbery, and there were many others. But one thing all these cases have in common is that the perpetrators of these crimes move around on motorbikes, making it easier for them to escape. In this GhanaWeb special, we zero in on crime. Media personality Bridget Otu recounts how 2 men robbed her shop some weeks ago.
So the incident happened around 9 a.m. I was at the main shop, so I have 2 shops. I was at the main shop and an unknown number called me. I picked up, then I could hear. In fact, to be very honest, I didn't even realize it was my shop attendant who was calling me. And she was screaming, crying, "Madam." But when I heard money, I knew, okay, that's Doris. So crying, "Madam, save me, Madam, Omudi too," things like that. So I was a bit like, hey, I just said, "Doris, calm down." Fortunately, there was a mason I work with in the shop, so I just told him to run to the other shop, that something is happening there, while I was on the phone with her. Then a friend who was also there to buy, I asked him to move his car so that if anything at all, he can bring her to the other shop. So yeah, so they moved there, and then they brought her to the shop. It was when she came in that she told me that the entire story, that 2 guys were on a bike. In fact, they had passed the shop, but then they turned and came back. And when they came back, she had her head on the table. She was reading. So she got up, she thought they were coming to buy cement. She walked up and the guy showed her the gun, that she shouldn't scream. And that is because there's a neighboring shop. They also sell cement and rent wheelbarrows and tile cement and all that. So she kept quiet and the guy ransacked her and got 500 cedis. And then he took the mobile phone and then they told her to sleep again. So she slept. Then when they moved out, they were going to the next shop. And the neighboring shop had seen what was going on. I think he had suspected that maybe like what's happening in Bridget's shop. So he was ready for them. So Gomez charged on the other attacker when they ran up to him and said, like, then what does he have? And he tried to fight them. I think the second guy also had a gun. So when he saw the second gun, so at this moment they were shooting, by the way. So when she saw the second gun, then he ran. So he also ran. It was at that point that my girl also started running. And I think she was asked to go and hide in some block factory around. Yeah, so she told us, she told me her side. So I called Gomez. At the time I called him, that's my neighbor's shop. He didn't pick up. But second time he picked up and he told me this is what had happened. And in fact, even though he ran away, he went to get somebody else to chase the guys and see if they would find them. And they never found them. So yeah, police came, I think, met them first. We hadn't gone there because when it happened, I told them to close the shop. So we closed the shop.
Another victim of daylight robbery, a videographer at GhanaWeb, tells us how a young man threatened him and his boat driver with a knife while in traffic.
I was supposed to go and cover an assignment, but it was postponed. So the boat driver I took to the place, because the program was cancelled, I told him to bring me back to the office. So we used the Tigo office stretch to through asylum down psychiatric hospital.
You're talking about the Tigo head office?
The Tigo head office.
Okay.
So from there, we get to the SU Towers traffic light. I think the light was on red. The traffic light was on red. So we were there. Most of the time when I'm in boat, I like chatting with the drivers a lot. So I was chatting with the driver. All of a sudden, I saw this guy who just pounced on me. I said, "Boss, I'm in for your phone."
You were still in the car?
Yeah. I'm in for your phone. At that time, I was trying to roll the glass up, but he was trying to pressing it down and forcing himself into the car.
You were trying to roll up the glass? That means the gentleman's hand was in the car. Okay, so we just need to let our viewers understand that this area Richard is talking about is just the intersection in front of the Electoral Commission headquarters, and that is supposed to be like a security zone. There are a lot of policemen and armored vehicles around and all of that. Okay. So his hand was in the car?
Yeah. And there was another car parked
to your side?
To our side. So if you are in the other car, you think the guy is trying to beg for money. Your mind will never go there, because the way he has positioned himself, seriously, you don't know something is going on.
So he just looked like someone who was
begging. Yeah. So he said, I came in for your phone, but all of a sudden, boss, I don't need anything. I need money. I like you. I really like you. That's what the guy was saying. I really like you. I don't want to do anything bad to you. So from that time, I thought it's like somebody who needs money. So I took it cool. I said, "Oh, boat driver, if you have something on you, we kindly give it to the guy. When we get to the office, I'll give it to you back." So the boat driver took 1 cedi and gave it to the guy. And the guy like, one Ghana cedi. And it's like, "Whoa, bro, you are giving street boy 1 Ghana cedi. Listen, let me tell you, boss, I like you. I like you. I don't want to do anything bad to you. I'm with my guys. I'm an armed robber. I came in for your phone."
He started confessing?
Yes, he started confessing. And I was like, whoa. All of a sudden, he put his hand into some small bag he has and brought out a dagger.
Oh.
I said, wow.
So all along, he was not holding anything?
Anything.
So he had just come like a beggar, normal beggar, and then he was trying to pick your phone. Yeah. He actually asked for it.
Yeah. From that day, I look at the driver. The driver wanted to move the car. The driver wanted to move the car, but the way he has positioned the knife, if we try anything, maybe something will happen.
Where was the knife pointed at on your body? Where?
I think.
Where had he directed the knife at?
I think from my chest up to my neck level. So I was like, whoa. We can't move because cars from Kanda,
yes,
going through Ridge, it's the light was green, so they were moving. So we can't try to move. The moment we try to move, it will turn to other, maybe another car will hit us. So it's like we are there. We are calm. We are calm. We are from that side. From that side, the boat driver started to beg also. Boss, we don't have anything. We don't have anything.
All this time, the guy's dagger was still
on me,
on you.
Yeah.
And he had already, the driver had already given the
No, he wasn't taking the 1 cedi.
He didn't take it at
all? No, he didn't take it. So it's like, boss, we beg you. He said, boss, calm down. I like you. I don't want to harm you.
This is the armed robber still talking to you.
I like you. I like you. I don't want to do anything bad to you. I said, give your boy something so that I'll leave. Okay, boss, we don't have. Don't worry. Take this. I promise you. If I have, I will give. I don't have. It's like, boss, I like you. I like you. and he took the money.
That's the 1 CD?
The 1 CD.
Eventually took the 1 CD.
He took it and we turned and we did not see the guy.
The Ghana Police Service has assured citizens it is doing everything possible to put an end to crime in the country. The Acting Director General of the Public Affairs Department, ACP Kwesi Ofori, tells us how the service intends to achieve this.
Following the 2 or 3 broad daylight robberies, the police quickly revised its strategy in confronting these menace. By so doing, the Accra and Tema Regional Police Commanders, including their divisional commanders, were summoned to the police headquarters by the Acting Inspector General of Police. We brainstormed, to bring our new strategies, which ran into late night. And I can assure you that the deployment made in the city, for now, have been able to stop this menace. In addition, also intelligence-led operation had zeroed in on some of them, and they are presently incapacitated in terms of operating violently on our streets. Therefore, the measures put in place are very effective and were directed, targeted at those criminals. So as I speak to you, you might see a lot of police personnel at intersections, joints, and throughout the city. We have the static, foot patrols, and vehicular, supported by intelligence-led operations. So far, so good for us, not only in Accra and its outlying areas. We've also deployed heavily in the Bono East, Bono, and the Northern Corridor, where our special anti-robbery operations are going on. For instance, in the Bono East, we've been able to dismantle that network for now, and some been arrested and sent to court. And therefore, we've intensified our operations. And the Northern Corridor, that is the Savannah, Northern Region, Upper East, Upper West, all those areas in the Northeast are dear to the heart of the police administration, and we'll do whatever it takes to make sure that we clean those corridors in terms of criminal activities. And as I speak to you, even in the Afram place, recently the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Kufu-Dampare, visited Afram Plains and its outlying areas. And as you know, it is a huge, food production area. And armed robbers are used to attack market women. Now we put stringent measures in place, snap checkpoints, patrols, and also the administration assess the operational capabilities and abilities of those areas. More resources are being pumped into the area, to make sure that the police are well established, so that police authority prevails. And so far, we've seen massive reduction in those robberies, where now market women go to and fro without let or hindrance. One thing is we've also trained our personnel purposely to deal with that kind of people using motorbikes to rob or steal. And we have the rovers. You might have noticed new bikes on the streets, and they are called rovers. It's a motorbike assault team, and that assault team has capabilities to stop them, and they have all it takes, to stop violent crime. And the number, the motorbike have been increased by even 40% now on our streets, and they are assisting in these well-coordinated operations under the Director General Police Operations. Let me use this opportunity to assure Ghanaians that the police will do whatever it takes to make sure that their safety is guaranteed. We are doing everything possible in all the 16 political regions of this country to make sure that peace and security thrives all day throughout. In spite of our limitations, challenges, and what have you, the police administration is so concerned and is deploying and directing affairs in a well-coordinated manner to make sure that miscreants, criminals, are put behind bars. And ever since Inspector General of Police assumed office, we've seen greatly a paradigm shift with aggressiveness in combating violent crimes like robbery among others, and will continue to do so. So far, for the last 2 weeks or so, I mean, the country has been very calm, no serious recorded robbery. But let me also use this opportunity to advise members of the public that people should be very careful about their personal security, workplace security, among others. When you deal with cash, you should put stringent security measures in place. Like we always say, like those doing the momo, look by the roadside and the trees, on bicycles, in communities. Amen. People display money, sitting and doing all this kind of. But I believe the telcos also should have a second look, about making sure that they operate from safer grounds, safer stores and so forth than what we see. And I believe you can go around, you can see even under trees and so forth. And it is not safe for people to be transacting money business, that way. But nevertheless, police, we are so determined to make sure that we protect all, and we will continue to do so, marshalling our strength, putting our resources at the doorsteps and services at the doorsteps of our people.
A security analyst, Adam Bona, is of the view that people need to take their personal security seriously.
Streetism, these young people on our street and street hawking, because then you actually don't know who is a hawker, you don't know who is a beggar, and you don't know who is a criminal. If we can reduce street hawking, if we can reduce street begging, and we can reduce, what do you call it, all these people who are on the streets doing one thing or the other which our law doesn't permit. This incident of robbing people on our major intersections will be a thing of the past. But I know that the police is reinforcing, is putting more people at various checkpoints to ensure these things don't happen. I want to also urge that a lot more resources should be given to the police, motorbikes, because most of these guys who are committing these crimes are using motorbikes because it is easy to get away. But if you are using a vehicle, how do you chase a motorbike? You could use a walk path and you cannot go on there. And so, apart from that, we should be alert. And citizens, don't roll your glass down if you feel you are not safe. It's difficult if using a vehicle that have air conditioning. Sometimes petrol is expensive or fuel is expensive. So most people rather, it's not everybody who also likes air conditioning anyway. But we should be alert. Most cars are now centrally operated. You can lock the doors by your side, and as much as possible, let your glass be up when you are getting to traffic stops. That way, it becomes difficult for criminals to see you as a sitting duck. So these are things that I think we would have to do as a country to reduce the incidence of violent crimes.
It is now the hope that with the assurances coming in from the Ghana Police Service and with advice from security analysts like Adam Bona, you and I will stay safe out there. This has been a GhanaWeb special with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you at www.GhanaWeb.com.
Hi, my name is Joseph Adamafiu, host of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Road accidents are claiming a lot of lives in Ghana. That's why we at GhanaWeb are embarking on a good cause So join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, beginning at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School at Legon and ending at the Delish Restaurant at East Legon. It begins at 6 a.m. prompt, so don't miss out because I will be there.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Venom Mineral Water, and the Lish Restaurant.
Come to the Milani Farms for your share. The Milani Farms is located at Akweti Junction, which is about 1 hour 30 minutes drive from Accra. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So guys, I'm currently at this beautiful plantation, pineapple plantation, and I'm here with Seydou. Say hi.
Hi.
So Seydou is here with me, and Seydou is going to take us around the farm and take us to all the process and technique used here at the pineapple farm. So hi Seydou.
Hi Stella.
We've already met, but yeah, this is your first time meeting him.
Yeah.
So we are currently at the first part. So let's see how it goes.
Virtually, these plants were planted in April up to August. So virtually, they are some 5-6 months old. This field is about 180 acres fully planted, and then we are expected to start harvesting it from next year June.
Next year June.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's when we are starting to. So they are in their various stages of growth. Herbicide has been applied just some 2 weeks ago, so you can see the weeds turning brownish and dying, leaving the pineapple.
What is the first stage, like the first stage in pineapple production?
The first stage, yeah, it depends. I mean, you can start either from the land preparation or the seed production, but logically you should start from the land preparation. Yeah, I mean, you need to clear the vegetation if there is vegetation on the field. You bring with the help of your machinery, either a bulldozer, a payloader, to clear the vegetation. Then you have to do your plowing, you have to do your subsoiling, you have to do your harrowing, and then you cut your ridges, which they are very important. So we'll get to know these implements I'm mentioning. We have them at the site of land preparation. So after the land preparation, you cut your ridges, you do your cleaning. If you have to put plastic mulch to control the weeds and conserve moisture, you do. If you don't want to plant on plastic, you also do. So virtually we've adopted since 2 years now the no plastic approach. So you can see all our plants are on backgrounds, they are not
on plastic.
People doubt if they could do well, but we've studied so much, and then we think they are doing very well, even though the yield has been down by some 5 tons per hectare, but they are doing quite well, and then we are reducing plastic pollution.
We are currently at one part of the farm. Where are we now?
So this is the seed production unit.
Okay.
We call it seed, but the actual or the technical name is the sucker.
Okay.
Pineapple can be propagated by the suckers, the slips, either tissue culture or the crowns.
Okay.
But here we prefer using the suckers because the suckers have higher or faster growth rate compared to the crowns and the slips and the tissue culture.
So why have you turned it upside down?
So you have to turn it upside down because when they are harvested, there might be some pathogens at the base of the plant that you have to turn it between 24 hours to 48 hours for the solar radiation to sterilize the root zone of the plant before planting.
So you are giving us some big terms. So, well, how will a layman like me understand?
No, you see, you know the solar radiation or the sunlight is a good sterilizer.
Okay.
So when you expose these pathogens, soil-borne pathogens, they cannot stand the heat of the sun. So they are sterilized. Then you minimize the use of chemicals to control these pathogens when the plant is finally in the soil.
So how long does it stay like this before you plant them?
You know, a minimum of 24 hours, and then it can stay a maximum of 2 weeks when it is like this.
Okay, so how do you get this? Do you get it from the existing old pineapple plant?
Yes,
or...
after harvesting,
yeah.
The mother plant, you call them the mother plant. After harvesting the fruits, when you decide to go for seed production inside of the second crop or the ratoon, you have to do the slashing to stimulate the seed to come. So the seed starts coming. I can harvest one for you here. This is a seed this is the mother plant. The mother plant is here. The fruit has been harvested and it's producing seed down here.
Okay.
So you just have to then
you just pull it.
Pull it carefully. That you then you put it. So that is the seed for you.
So what happens? Do you get rid of the old mother plant?
No, this mother plant can produce you, each plant on the average can produce you about 3 to 4 seeds after the fruit has been harvested. So they don't produce it at the same time. So you harvest the first batch, second batch with the good nutrition and then good rainfall. You can harvest it for continuously for about 8 months.
8 months. Oh, okay. So how long has this one been there, like this particular mother plants? Yeah.
This fruit were harvested I think in May.
In May.
So it has been there in May. So let's say it has been there for about 5 months producing. So it can produce up to January or maybe February.
Then you get rid of them.
You can get rid of them.
Oh, okay.
Then they go and follow for about 2 years more. Then we start plowing and preparing land for the next planting.
For the next plant. Oh. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the video so far. And we are learning a lot from Seidu. So this is how it looks like when it's very young. How many weeks is this?
This should be about 10. This is about 8 weeks old.
8 weeks.
8 weeks plant. So it's left with 12 weeks for harvesting.
12 weeks. Okay. So what happens? Are there instances where after 12 weeks the fruit doesn't look too big, so you decide to wait a little longer, or whether it's big or small, you harvest?
They are maturity from the time of flower induction or forcing, depending on how you call it. You count about 20 weeks in our setting here is 20 weeks.
Okay.
Plus or minus 1 week for harvesting. So immediately you do the flower induction, you have to just check the success of the induction,
of the fruit
of the induction.
Oh, okay.
Like,
when you say induction, what do you mean?
You have to synchronize the flowering. You know, pineapple, when you leave it, you don't synchronize the induction. They come one here, one there at their own time. So you just have to harvest one here, one there, and they can spend about 2 years. But you want the fruits at the same time. So you have to put some hormone, calcium carbide or ethylene gas or ethaphone to induce them at the same time, synchronize the induction to produce the flowers. So when you do the induction, you expect the flowers to come out after 6 weeks.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's like you are impregnating them. So you have to do the
pregnancy
test.
Oh, okay.
After 14 days, you do pregnancy test. So this is how the pregnancy test goes.
Okay, let's go and see how the pregnancy test goes.
So after 14 days, when you induce them after 14 days, you do the pineapple coming.
Oh, okay.
So you cut. After 14 days, you see the sign whether it has responded to the synchronization or not.
Oh, okay.
You see. So this is the pineapple going.
Oh, okay.
That's the pineapple. So this one, actually, if it's in the soil, it will grow to become a pineapple like this.
Like this.
Like this. So after 14 days, you have to do the pregnancy test to check whether it has responded.
Looks like Seidu is very much interested in the pregnancy bit. So we are finally at my favorite part, where the fruit is fully grown, and right in front of me is one of the pineapple. Look at how beautiful it's looking. Is it ready? Can I pluck it?
Not that one.
Not this one. Okay, so see how I'm excited. I'm so excited. So we came late, so we didn't get the farmers harvesting. It's about 1 p.m. at the moment. So Seidu, can I follow you?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. Very curious.
This one has been prepared, it's right. It's going by air.
It's going by air?
You can see it is packed.
Yeah.
It has been selected to go by air.
Oh, this is very beautiful.
So this has been selected to go by air. You can see these in packs. And the green ones will go by sea.
The what?
The green ones.
The green ones will go by sea.
Yes, it will go. So I can harvest one for you.
Yes, yes. I want the ripe one.
You want the ripe one?
Yes.
Okay, so I harvest this one.
Yeah, harvest this one.
Okay. They are all ripe.
Oh, right. This looks good. I'm super excited. I'm going to eat pineapple fresh from the farm. Yeah. So guys, this is official tasting of the fruit. I will be the only judge here to see if the fruit is sweet or not. This is good. I'm sure you're used to eating pineapple every time. So Seidu, I realize this particular fruit is yellow, but I'm used to seeing the whitish one. Why is it that?
It depends on the variety. The one you always see on the roadside is the sugarloaf. The sugarloaf by nature is whitish, and then it's a bit conical. So that's what locally they call it fanti. But this is MD2.
So this is officially MD2. MD2, that's why it's yellow, and it's very nice, very sweet. If I don't return home, just know I'm here at the farm eating pineapple. So I see that some of them look very ripe. That is like they are very yellow. Others too are green. Does it mean that the others are not ripe?
They are ripe.
They are all ripe.
One is specially treated. I told you this is for air. We treated it separately to get the yellow color for air.
Okay.
At the green. The others are treated to go by sea. You know, sea will normally take about 2 weeks to get to the destination, so you don't need it as well.
Okay, and it's because they are perishable goods, so you don't want them to get spoiled before getting to the destination. Yeah, so which countries do you export to?
France, we go Switzerland, we go Belgium, we go Netherlands, we go Lebanon, we go Morocco.
Oh, right. So if you are in this list of countries and you are enjoying pineapple, just know that some way, somehow, it's from this farm, because this is the biggest pineapple farm in Ghana. So guys, this is my first harvest, and this is what I'm taking home. Do you want some? Come to the Milani farms for your share. So yeah, so far so good. It's been amazing. I hope you're also enjoying this video as much as I enjoyed the experience here with Seidu. Let me know if you have any other questions. Let me know in the comment section. I'm sure Seidu will see the comments and he'll respond to you too. So let's go to the next thing. The good part about Milani Farms is that they created their own dam which is the only source of water for the farm. So we are currently done with the field things to see. I hope you're enjoying this video so far. So Seydou is currently taking me to the packaging area, and we are going to see all the things that happen before it goes for export. Do you also sell to locals?
No.
You don't?
Only, yes.
Only
Local
exports?
For processing. Local companies that are doing processing for exports.
Okay.
Before the load will come, we fill this water with 15,000 liters.
Okay.
Water into the tea. And then we add 1.2 kilos of chlorine.
Of chlorine, okay.
Chlorine. As a disinfectant.
Entering, that's wash your hands. It's not to contaminate the fruits. Right after washing, the pineapples are coated with wax, which protects them from pathogens and prevents them from dehydration.
The parking area, we pack it according to the size. The lady over there, she packs size 8.
Okay.
That she does the 8. When I say 8, it means that the 8 in the box.
Okay.
8 in the box. We pack it according to the weight.
Okay.
We have the weight. The 6 start from the 1.85 to 2 kilos. That one qualifies for the 6 in the box. Palletize it. We arrange it on the pallet nicely. Then the 7.
Seydou, what happens here?
So this after packaging, this is where you pre-pull it, you know, to prolong the shelf life of the fruit, you have to pre-pull it to a very low temperature before. So pineapple is stored at 7.58 degrees Celsius temperature. Good.
So this is how the boxes look like. This is the one that goes by air, and this by sea. So guys, say thank you to Seydou for me. He took his time, took me everywhere, both the field and the production house and everything that happens here. So if you see him, please buy chocolates for him on my behalf, because he did.
The chocolate is already here.
He did an amazing job. Thank you so much. So if somebody needs advice on pineapple farming in Ghana, should they call you?
Yes, I'm always ready and willing.
Yeah, so I'll drop his contact. Call him and he's ready to give you the best of advice. But be ready to give him some coins, right? Don't less. So guys, thank you so much for watching. This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you were educated just as I was. This is my first experience here and it's been amazing. This video has been an enlightening video. It has taught me a lot. It has taught me how the fruit started. I mean, from the seedling right to production, right to exporting. And this particular farm here is mainly for exportation, both sea and by air. And so thank you guys so much for watching. I love you all. I know you're always with me. You're always sticking around. I mean, I love you. Mwah. It is going to my house. Thank you so much, Seidu. You can't come to the farm without getting pineapples. Thank you so much.
And expose the weaknesses in some of the critical structures and systems in education, health, economic life, communities, and everyday family life. The pandemic triggered a sharp and heavy slump in global supply chains as the lockdowns and restrictions led to reductions in demand and production levels. The pickup in demand for goods this year has also created a new inflationary problem with a consequential rise in the cost of shipping, disruption of the global supply chain, and exacerbated by increase in world fuel prices. Mr. Speaker, the spiraling cost of shipping have hit businesses hard, particularly small and medium-scale enterprises. SMEs have had to struggle with economic fallout from the pandemic, and furthermore, they are now being forced to cope with the rising cost of shipping. This is making the lives of traders and consumers very difficult. The hardship Ghanaians have experienced due to COVID-19 is not lost on the government. We have been there with the people playing the difficult but necessary balancing act of managing an economy put under extreme distress by the pandemic and at the same time supporting households and businesses to cope. Our response to COVID-19 thus far has earned domestic and worldwide acclaim, as our President and his fellow Ghanaians will attest to. Mr. Speaker, it has not been easy, and I know that from personal experience. The government has tried its best to save lives and cushion the impact on Ghanaians. It has been tough, but we thank God for his grace and mercy towards us. We empathize with families who lost loved ones during the pandemic, private school teachers who lost income for 12 months, business owners who lost earnings, the thousands of hospitality and tourism sector workers who were laid off, the slump in businesses built around our traditional and other social events, the jobless young people whose strenuous efforts to find work have been further compromised by the pandemic, and the impact on our mental health and well-being, which has also been profound. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has asked me to deliver a special message to our fellow Ghanaians. He says to thank you, the Ghanaian people, for your resilience, to thank you for keeping faith with him and responding to all the measures that were needed to contain the spread of the virus. He wants to assure you that together we are fighting this, and we are fighting this to win together. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the pandemic, we had to address both the immediate as well as persistent health and economic impacts of the pandemic. Our response was bold, decisive, and compassionate, but also costly. As a responsible government, allied to the concerns of the people, we have had no choice but to implement critical interventions to take lives and to save lives and jobs, including feeding nearly 2.8 million people with hot meals. We also collaborated with our faith-based organizations to provide 470,000 families with food packages. Mr. Speaker, to mitigate the health impacts of the pandemic, Government also employed additional 38,000 nurses. Tax exemptions worth 36.8 million Ghana cedis were also granted to our frontline staff, while 10.1 million and 4.78 million households were provided with free water and electricity, respectively. To facilitate the mass reopening of schools, government provided 11 million students and staff with essential supplies such as face masks, paper towels, liquid soap, and sanitizers, all at great cost. Cooked meals were also provided to final year GHS students in both public and private schools. Mr. Speaker, these have been expensive, but we knew that the cost of doing nothing and disrupting the education of our children for an entire academic year would have been even greater. I'm proud to announce that not a single Ghanaian public sector worker was laid off as a result of the impact of the pandemic on our public finances, and we have managed to pay them monthly, and we are grateful to the unions for their cooperation in this regard. Under the Coronavirus Alleviation Program Business Support Scheme, CAPBAX, Ghana Enterprises Agency provided 302,000 successful applicants across various sectors and regions with loans amounting to 523.11 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also ensured payments of our obligations to contractors and provided payroll support to some state-owned enterprises to guarantee jobs. Thankfully, our president led and acted decisively and wisely, and his leadership paved the way for many other countries in Africa and beyond. Mr. Speaker, let me assure the House that we are working hard to get back quickly to the pre-pandemic fiscal and debt trajectory. The fiscal policies implemented to provide relief during the pandemic has led to an increase in total public debt. The situation was made worse by the big drop in revenue collections last year. Total revenues in 2020 fell by 11.93 billion, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP, while total expenditures increased by 14.08 billion, equivalent to 3.7% of GDP. As a result, a budget deficit of 11.7% of GDP was recorded against a target of 4.7% of GDP, including the financial sector and energy sector related expenditure. The budget deficit was 15.0% of GDP. GDP growth also dropped to 0.4% compared to a projected growth rate of 6.8% before the pandemic. This growth, however, compares favorably with the sub-Saharan African average of negative 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members,
we are under no illusion.
Just a bit. The first deputy speaker to take the chair.
Beg your pardon? Second. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are under no illusion as to the economic challenges facing our country today, how to ease the suffering of Ghanaians, transform the economy, how to ease the suffering of Ghanaians, transform the economy to create jobs, and share the expected wealth across all households, such as providing security and education, would keep the president awake at night. How to broaden the revenue base keep a grip on expenditure, protect the public purse, and at the same time build with urgency the needed infrastructure, collecting revenue, managing our debt and expenditure commitments, and paying the bills to stimulate economic activity are the orders he has given to us, his ministers, and other appointees to carry out over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, we know we can get the job done. It is well known that prior to the pandemic, we had stabilized and turned around the economy between January 2017 and March 2020. We had been able to reverse the worrying economic trends we inherited and place the country on a path of fiscal sustainability and growth. We doubled the economic growth rate from 3.4 percentage points to an average of 7% between the period. It is undisputed, Mr. Speaker, that we brought down the fiscal deficit below the 5% threshold. We improved our gross international reserves from 4.9 billion to 9.9 billion, 4.7 months of imports. We provided free SHS for 1.2 million Ghanaian students. We provided free hot meals for 3.4 million public pupils in basic schools. We supported 1.9 million farmers with improved seedlings and fertilizers through our Planting for Food and Jobs program. We provided temporary employment to 100,000 of young people through the NAPCO program. We abolished several Newton taxes. We set the nation on its biggest private sector-owned industrialization program in the history of Ghana with the 1D1F program, and we registered the biggest foreign exchange. Earnings from tourists during our historic 2019 year of return program. By March 2020, Mr. Speaker, our first quarter macro fiscal indicators reflected the turnaround we had accomplished over the 3.5 years. Indeed, we have just experienced an oversubscription of our 3 billion bond issuance and set a record of the longest sovereign Africa bond of 41 years on the international capital market as a result of strong investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, then COVID struck. This derailed our transformation agenda and eroded the program we had attained the previous year. The focus on the 2021 budget statement and policy presented on 12 March 2021 was therefore anchored on debt sustainability and consolidation while providing some fiscal stimulus. We set out to complete ongoing programs and projects, consolidate the gains from the recovery efforts, and continue our agenda towards the revitalization and transformation of the economy. Today, 17th November 2021, I'm here on behalf of His Excellency the President to provide this august House with an update on progress we have made towards post-pandemic economic recovery following the confidence Ghanaians repose in him with a renewed mandate on 7 December 2020. I'll also share with you the plan to get us back to pre-pandemic macro stability and growth levels. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, I'll share the President's strategy to improve the living standards of Ghanaians and address the central challenge that confronts us today, unemployment. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt in our capacity as a government to turn things around. We turned around the economic crisis we inherited in 2017. We are turning around the economic crisis. We are turning around the economic crisis the pandemic brought in 2020. The challenge is on, and we are determined to prevail. And with the people behind us and the Almighty on our side, we know we shall prevail. The budget is intentional about building a sustainable entrepreneurial nation through fiscal consolidation and job creation. This may be an uncomfortable transition, but we are people who think deeply. We must progress and become a people who also make things happen for ourselves and the world. We must embrace this challenge, Mr. Speaker, of becoming a vibrant entrepreneurial nation. Mr. Speaker, data on the performance of the economy as at end September 2021 indicate that the implementation of the 2021 budget is largely on track. Provisional GDP data released by the Ghana Statistical Service in September 2021 indicate that overall real GDP grew by 3.1% in Q1 and 3.9% in Q2. Thus, the economy grew by an average of 3.5% in the first half of 2021 against the 0.8% in the same period, 2020. Mr. Speaker, headline inflation declined sharply from 10.4% in December 2020 to 7.5% in May 2021, broadly reflecting well-anchored inflation expectations, exchange rate stability, and favorable food prices. However, inflation picked up to 10.6% in September 2021 on account of stocks from domestic fuel price adjustments and increasing domestic food prices arising partly from climate-related factors, input supply bottlenecks, delayed harvests, and world food price increases. Inflation rose further to 11% in October, driven by non-food inflation. Mr. Speaker, preliminary data for the first 9 months of the year indicate that government's fiscal operations resulted in a cash deficit of 33.9 billion, equivalent to 7.7% of GDP, compared to the revised target of 32.6 billion, equivalent to 7.4% of GDP. The fiscal adjustments to save lives and preserve livelihoods during the pandemic, although well-intentioned, have elevated global debt levels. The situation in Ghana is no different. The provisional nominal debt stock, including financial sector bailout costs and energy sector IPP payments, stood at 341.76 billion, equivalent to 77.5% of GDP as at end September 2021, up from 291.63 billion, equivalent to 76.1% in December 2020. Notwithstanding the elevated deficit and public debt levels recorded due to COVID-19, our macro-fiscal indicators are much better than what we inherited. Inflation reduced from 15.4% at the end of 2016 to 7.9% at the end of 2019 and stood at 11% at end October 2021. Interest rate 91-day Treasury bills declined from 16.4% at the end of 2017 to 14.69% at the end of 2019 and further to 12.46% at the end of October 2021. Gross international reserves increased from 2.8 months of imports at the end of 2016 to 4 months of imports at the end of 2019 and further to 4.9 months of imports at the end of September 2021. While fiscal deficit reduced from 6.5% of GDP at the end of 2016 to 4.8% of GDP at the end of 2019. Primary balance, Mr. Speaker, improved from a deficit of reduced from 1.1% of GDP at the end of 2017 to a primary surplus of 0.8% of GDP at the end of 2019. GDP grew from 3.4% at the end of 2016 to 6.5% at the end of 2019. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the medium-term macroeconomic targets. A new medium-term National Development Policy Framework 2022 to 2025 has been drafted to guide the medium-term economic recovery and transformation for the country. This is consistent with the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda and is informed by our COVID-19 response strategy outlined in the Ghana Cares Obatampa program to enable us build forward better. Mr. Speaker, the broad macroeconomic goals to support the medium-term objectives include: 1, restoration of macroeconomic stability with a focus on fiscal consolidation and debt sustainability. 2, maintaining a healthy balance between the implementation of the Revitalization Transformation Program and fiscal consolidation to promote growth within a stable macroeconomic environment. 3, providing an environment that is supportive of private sector, including promoting entrepreneurship for domestic businesses and for FDI to thrive. 4, building a robust financial sector to support growth and development. 5, deepening structural reforms to make the machinery of government work more efficiently and effectively to support socio-economic transformation. 6, implementing reforms to increase revenue mobilization and the efficiency of public expenditure. And 7, plugging leakages and prosecution of offenders. Mr. Speaker, guided by the medium-term policy objectives, the following macroeconomic targets are set for the medium term, 2022 to 2025. 1, overall real GDP to grow at an average rate of 5.6%. 2, non-oil GDP to grow at an average rate of 5.9%. 3, end of December inflation to be within the target band of 8 plus or minus 2%. 4, overall fiscal balance and primary balance to return to the fiscal responsibility at threshold targets by 2024, i.e. fiscal deficit of not more than 5% of GDP and a positive primary balance. And gross international reserves to cover at least 4 months of imports. Mr. Speaker, based on the macroeconomic objectives and the medium-term targets, the following macroeconomic targets are set for 2022. Overall real GDP growth of 5.8%, non-oil real GDP growth of 5.9%, end December inflation rate of 8%, fiscal deficit of 7.4%. Primary surplus of 0.1% of GDP and gross international reserves to cover not less than 4 months of imports. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants for 2022 is projected to rise above 100 billion for the first time, 100.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 20% of GDP, up from a projected outturn of 70.3 billion, equivalent to 16% of GDP for 2021. Domestic revenue estimated at 99.5 billion and represents an annual growth of 44% over the projected outturn for 2021. Mr. Speaker, the resource mobilization for 2022 is underpinned by revenue policy initiatives. The increase in domestic revenue by 44% is as a result of the impact of a major progressive tax policy, complemented by improvements in tax compliance and reforms in revenue administration that we have outlined in this budget. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure, including clearance of arrears, is projected at 137.5 billion, equivalent to 27.4% of GDP. The estimate for 2022 represents a growth of 23.2% above the projected outturn of 111.6 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 25.3% of GDP for 2021. The key drivers of expenditure growth include capital expenditure, funding of key government flagship programs, wage bills, and interest payments. Mr. Speaker, based on the estimates of total revenue and grants and total expenditure, the 2022 fiscal operations will result in an overall fiscal deficit of Ghana 37 billion, equivalent to 7.4% of GDP. This includes the financial sector and energy sector IPP payments. This represents a nominal year-on-year reduction of about 30.7% over the projected outturn of 12.1% of GDP in 2021. The corresponding primary balance of 435 million Ghana cedis, equivalent to 0.1% of GDP, is also projected for next year. The signaling is clear. We are going to judiciously work our way out of our debt situation. Mr. Speaker, total foreign financing of the deficit, as well as exceptional financing, namely the IMF special drawing rights, would amount to 9.1 billion, equivalent to 1.8% of GDP, and will include a planned international financing program of 750 billion for liability management and budget support, particularly capital expenditure. On the other hand, financing of the deficit from domestic sources, including net issuances from debt, will amount to 27.9 billion, equivalent to 5.6% of GDP. The additional exceptional financing from the utilization of the newly allocated SDRs by the IMF will augment and reduce domestic borrowing needs. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we still rely heavily on debt financing to meet a significant portion of our expenditures compared to our peers. It is instructive to note that on the expenditure side, for instance, interest payments and compensation payments alone amounted to 48.7 billion, which is 103.3% of total revenue and grants for January to September 2021. In fact, Mr. Speaker, these two expenditure items absorb all the revenue collected for the period. This trend must be reversed. Mr. Speaker, a key focus of the budget is fiscal consolidation to enhance debt and fiscal sustainability as we implement our economic revitalization and transformation post-COVID-19 to save more lives from the COVID pandemic and better the lives of Ghanaians. It is for this reason that government is proposing for the consideration and approval of Parliament the revenue-enhancing and expenditure rationalization measures in this budget. Indeed, the approval and implementation of the measures will lead to significant fiscal adjustment from a projected fiscal deficit, including energy, IPP payments, and FinSec cleanup costs of 12.1% of GDP in 2021 to 7.4% in 2022, representing a strong adjustment of 4.7 percentage points in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, not only are we significantly bringing the fiscal deficit down, we are posting a primary surplus of 0.1% of GDP in 2022 from a negative primary balance of 4.7% in 2021. We are confident, though, that the needed fiscal space to continue to support broad-based inclusive growth will not elude us. Mr. Speaker, as a people, we are very proud of our history and heritage. We believe in our ability to be self-sustaining. After all, we are a country that became the world's largest producer of cocoa, with farmers working on small farmlands. These farmers bring in some $2 billion annually. We believe in our capability to mobilize the resources, human, natural, and domestic finances to transform our lives. This will require that we share the burden so that every adult Ghanaian will contribute to the delivery of critical infrastructure, social services, and improved lives. This revenue mobilization must be a collective effort, and we must all contribute to make this a reality. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Statistical Services has completed a preliminary report on the 2021 population and housing census. The census provided useful information that would inform the effective planning and implementation of government policies. However, the data presented also shows some trends that need to be addressed to build a more equitable society. Interestingly, out of the total population of 30.8 million, only 2,364,348 persons are bearing the burden of the entire population as taxpayers as at August 2021. Registered voter population of 17,027,941 as at 2020. Only 1,643,839 persons are captured by SNIT as active contributors to Tier 1 pensions, and 2.1 million, less than 10% of the total population, as active contributors to Tier 2 as of June 2021. Only 45,109 entities are registered as corporate taxpayers. Only 54,364 persons are registered as self-employed taxpayers at the Ghana Revenue Authority, and only 136,198 entities are registered businesses at the Registrar General's Department as of August 2021, of which 80% are self-employed. Mr. Speaker, compared to our peers within the middle income brackets, these statistics are a poor reflection on us, and we need to change the narrative. We must resolve by the next census, we should have changed these statistics to become an upper middle income country in line with our Ghana Beyond Aid agenda. We must far eclipse the 20% threshold of revenue to GDP ratio of our West African peers by 2024. Mr. Speaker, below are the regional breakdown of tax contributions from 2017 to 2021. Mr. Speaker, Greater Accra contributes almost 90% of our domestic tax, and Ashanti, Western, and Eastern regions together contribute barely 3% of domestic taxes. Mr. Speaker, domestic revenue mobilization is the key to making the vision of Ghana Beyond Aid a reality. We cannot, therefore, as a nation, continue to depend on only 8.2% of our citizens to carry the burden of 30.8 million people. This is unsustainable and defeats all the tenets of economic prudence and moral justice. Our resolve to use revenue policy to support local industry and generate the desired environment for growth has not waned. In the coming year, government will introduce measures that will revamp the industry and make their products competitive in both the local and international markets. In this respect, it has become increasingly necessary to make some policy changes. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, VAT relief was provided on African prints for textile manufacturers to enable them resuscitate their operations and provide affordable textiles on the market. The policy has succeeded in stabilizing the industry and formed the basis for a modest increase in production. The companies have also maintained their prices over the period, making the cost of local prints affordable. Additionally, they've been able to keep their employees and made some investment in the industry as a result of this policy. To consolidate the gains and expand production in the industry, government has decided to extend the relief for a further 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the VAT flat rate of 3% of the sale price of goods was introduced in 2017 on the supply of goods by wholesalers and retailers. Subsequent reforms to the taxes on the supply of goods and services have made local goods with imported substitutes uncompetitive. Government is correcting this anomaly by limiting the flat rate to only retailers. All other supply of goods and services will attract a standard rate. The object of the flat rate is to provide a simplified system for small-scale enterprises. To ensure that this objective is achieved, the rate will be applied to retailers with annual turnover not exceeding 500,000 Ghana cedis. All other retailers and wholesalers will be charged a standard rate. After 2.5 years of operation, the temporary benchmark discount policy on imports introduced as a stopgap measure has been reviewed to make it more efficient and better targeted. This is consistent with government policy to promote local industry and improve foreign exchange earnings. We are committed to a program of turning our enterprising traders into manufacturers of widgets, tools, and other machinery necessary as inputs for our industrial growth. Mr. Speaker, revenue compliance and enforcement sits at the heart of domestic revenue mobilization. The Ghana Revenue Authority, buoyed by the Revenue Assurance and Compliance Enforcement, will continue race with its enhanced compliance measures to expand coverage and plug revenue leakages. The modified taxation system introduced in 2015 through the Income Tax Act 2015 Act 896 is to provide a simplified system of tax compliance for the informal sector and small-scale individuals in business. This law will be amended to increase the threshold from 200,000 to 500,000 Ghana cedis per annum. Exports of unprocessed gold by small-scale miners through official channels have dwindled from over 1,600,000 ounces in 2019 to below 100,000 ounces as of September 2021 through smuggling. To stem this tide, government, in consultation with the stakeholders in the industry, has decided to reduce the withholding tax rate for sale of unprocessed gold by small-scale miners on whom the incidence of the tax is from 3% to 1.5%. Government is committed to working with the relevant agencies and stakeholders in the industry to ensure compliance at a reduced rate of 1.5%. Mr. Speaker, property rates have the potential to increase revenue mobilization for MMDAs and release resources for provision of basic infrastructure as well as the needs of our localities. Property rate assessment and collection pose a challenge to most MMDAs and are fraught with inefficiencies. Government, through GRA, will from January 2022 assist the MMDAs to implement a common platform for property rate administration to enhance property rate collections and its accountability. To ensure cost recovery by government in providing infrastructure for the collection of the rate, a sharing ratio will be agreed with the assemblies. Fees and charges. Government will complete its work of this House to pass the fees and charges bill for implementation in 2022. These fees and charges will be subject to automatic adjustment consistent with the annual average inflation as announced by the Ghana Statistical Service. A comprehensive review will be conducted after every 5th year, taking into consideration other factors besides inflation, including improvement in quality of service, delivery, and privatization of some of the services where feasible. Mr. Speaker, our roads need fixing and building. Our roads are being fixed. It is true that more roads have been fixed and are being fixed over the last 5 years than any relative period in the entire history of our nation. We even want to do a lot more, and this budget will cater for this. That is why for decades, governments after governments imposed and maintained tolls on some public roads to raise funds for road construction and maintenance. This is the situation in many countries. However, over the years, the tolling points have become unhealthy market centers, led to heavy traffic on our roads, lengthened travel time from one place to the other, and impacted negatively on productivity. The congestion generated at the tolling points, besides creating these inconveniences, also leads to pollution in and around the vicinities. To address these challenges, government has abolished all tolls on public roads and bridges. This takes effect immediately the budget is approved on appropriation. The toll collection personnel will be reassigned. The expected impact on productivity and reduced environmental pollution will more than offset the revenue foregone by removing the tolls. Tolls, Mr. Speaker, would be abolished on all public roads. Mr. Speaker, over the past 18 months, it has become clear that if the African continent is to be globally competitive, it must embrace the common vision of creating an integrated and inclusive digital society that improves the quality of life of citizens, strengthens the development of the private sector, and advances Africa's quest to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Speaker, digitization is empowering. It has catalyzed financial inclusion. It mobilizes resources and directs it where it is needed. Tens of billions of Ghanaian cedis are mobilized every month by people previously presumed too poor to open and keep a traditional bank account or even operate a mobile phone. With millions of Ghanaians tapping into the convenience of simplified online paying systems, transactions that used to take place on the blind side of the central bank is now fully visible. It is contributing to the formalization of our economy, a subject about which so much had been said for years, but which so little had been actually done. With digitization, state institutions are more able to plug revenue leakages and thus increase internally generated funds. That gives them the capacity to potentially pay their workers better wages and reduce borrowing by central government for capital expenditure because they can go to a bank on the strength of their own books and so reduce the country's debt overhang over time. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana.gov initiative and its performance also indicate the opportunity to harness increases in captured economic actors from 4% to 84%, which creates a real chance to achieve the intended expansion of the TASNet. Currently, we have 49 institutions of transactions through Ghana.gov. However, the number of institutions expected to go live by end November 2021 is 165. The total value of transactions from May 2021 to October 2021 amounted to 34 billion. We believe this initiative will be truly transformative of our revenue mobilization and service delivery agenda. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 contributed to the acceleration of the digitalization of Africa. Data from the Bank of Ghana confirms a growing trend in online trade. The data showed that between February 2020 and February 2021 alone, Ghana saw an increase of over 120% in the value of digital transactions compared to 44% for the period February 2019 to February 2020. Apart from the convenience online trading offers, the surge has happened globally was primarily due to the increase in the use of digital platforms as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Total value of transactions for 2020 was estimated to be over 500 billion Ghana cedis compared to 78 billion cedis in 2016, just 5 years ago. While total money subscribers and active mobile money users have grown by an average rate of 18% and 16% respectively between 2016 and 2019. Mr. Speaker, it has become clear that there is this enormous potential to increase tax revenue by bringing into the tax bracket transactions that could be best defined as being undertaken in the informal economy. After considerable deliberation, government has decided to place a levy on all electronic transactions to widen the tax net and rope in the informal sector. This shall be known as the Electronic Transaction Levy or e-levy. Mr. Speaker, electronic transactions covering mobile money payments. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, order. Electronic mobile money payments, bank transfers, merchant payments, and e-mode remittances will be charged at an applicable rate of 1.75%, which shall be borne by the sender, except e-mode remittances, which will be borne by the recipient. Mr. Speaker, to safeguard efforts being made to enhance financial inclusion and protect the vulnerable, all transactions that add up to 100 Ghana cedis or less per day, which is approximately 3,000 Ghana cedis per month, will be exempt from this levy. A portion of the proceeds from the e-levy will be used to support entrepreneurship, youth employment, cybersecurity, digital and road infrastructure, among others. Mr. Speaker, taxi eyabako yinina betya. This tax is one, and we shall all pay. Mr. Speaker, this new policy also comes into effect once appropriation is passed on 1st January 2022. Government will work with all industry partners to ensure that their systems and payment platforms are configured to implement this policy.
And they will make money from there.
Mr. Speaker, burden sharing. The good people of Ghana have given us a mandate to get things done. For us as a government, this is a clarion call for a new deal, a chance to renew the social contract of our democracy. As Rainbow Neighbor once said, and I quote, "Nothing worth doing is completed in our lifetime, therefore we must be saved by hope. Nothing true or beautiful or good makes complete sense in any immediate context of history, therefore we must be saved by faith. Nothing we do, however virtuous, can be accomplished alone, therefore we are saved by love. Therefore we need to act together as each other's keeper after the unprecedented shock that the pandemic was for the world and for Ghana. We owe each other to share the burden of the recovery. Citizens that have not suffered as much a loss of income during the pandemic ought to sacrifice for the rest. Citizens should be called upon to look beyond their own self-interest and work for a great common interest. Our country needs this sacrifice. This budget calls upon the wealthy and the middle class to do their part through property taxes, through streamlined exemptions bills, through the removal of benchmark values as selected imported goods, and through targeted digital tax. In doing so, they will also look after future generations by limiting debt accumulation. Mr. Speaker, after undergoing several reviews, the exemption bill has been completed and laid before Parliament. We will work with this House for final passage and implementation in 2022. Mr. Speaker, we wish to reiterate that we are in challenging times which require radical measures, so let us embrace these new policies to enable government to address the fundamental issues affecting the economy, to ensure that our nation continues to maintain its position as the black star of the continent. The good people of Ghana has given us a mandate to get things done. For us, as a government, this is a clarion call for a new deal, a chance to renew the social contract. Mr. Speaker, we are building a sustainable entrepreneurial nation. The census results put Ghana's population figure at 30.8 million, and of this number, 42.8% constitutes the adult population above 18 years, while 58.2% constitute the population below 18 years. Mr. Speaker, with this youthful population, there's an urgent need to provide the necessary environment for the private sector. In this regard, government will implement a major intervention to empower existing private sector businesses to be robust and dynamic, to expand and create jobs, whilst giving a strong hand up to the youth. Mr. Speaker, in the past 15 years, successive governments have endeavored to implement various employment schemes to partially address the unemployment situation in the country. In 2006, President Kufuor initiated the Youth Employment Scheme, which provided meaningful employment avenues to many of our youth. Since then, we have implemented a number of such schemes, with the current ones being NAPCO, 100,000 youth covered, YEA, 80,538 beneficiaries, afforestation, 44,682 youth engaged, National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program. In addition, government has employed some 295,000 into the public sector payroll since 2017 alone, and in 2021 alone, financial clearance totaling 72,825 has been granted. Mr. Speaker, in spite of these efforts, we continue to have a huge number of our young people without jobs. Mr. Speaker, this budget is redefining our development paradigm by focusing on the private sector, particularly on entrepreneurship development. We will build an entrepreneurial nation by aggressively implementing programs that empowers the majority of our young people to employ their God-given talents, to take risks and become job creators instead of job seekers.
Honorable Minister, honorable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours. You may continue. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the pursuit of this objective, we will address the challenges our existing and aspiring entrepreneurs face. These challenges include access to credit and finance, regulatory and tax burdens, lack of skills, as well as mentorship. We will do this whilst intensifying our efforts to support the private sector to expand and create jobs. Mr. Speaker, this understanding of the youth employment challenge, as well as extensive consultations of stakeholders, including youth associations and educational institutions across the country, have led to the development of what we call the You Start initiative. You Start initiative, which proposes to use 1 billion Ghana cedis each year. Proposes to use 1 billion Ghana cedis each year to catalyze an ecosystem to create 1 million jobs, and in partnership with the financial institutions and development partners, raise another 2 billion Ghana cedis over the 3-year period. In addition, Mr. Speaker, our local banks have agreed to a package that will result in increasing their SME portfolio up to 5 billion Ghana cedis over the next 3 years. This, Mr. Speaker, results in an unprecedented, historic 10 billion cedi commitment in the next 3 years to the private sector and the You Start program over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, implementing partners of the You Start. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Enterprises Agency, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, and partner financial institutions will serve as the implementing arm of You Start. Entrepreneurs will be able to apply for support through a dedicated You Start online portal. NEIP will also engage our faith-based organizations as partners for the delivery of essential artisanal skills, business competitions, and feasibility studies, and introduction to financing institutions with a commitment of up to 10% of GOG's contribution to the You Start program. Mr. Speaker, You Start will provide our youth with the following: training, skills development, entrepreneurial support, and business advisory services, funding, access to competitive credit and startup packs, enterprise promotion, mentoring, and access to markets, including portals to facilitate digital linkages between youth-led enterprises and other businesses and relevant government agencies. You Start products, Mr. Speaker. You Start will support youth-led enterprises with the following products: district-level loans under 10,000 Ghana cedis after 2 to 3 months of training, soft loans of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis to help startups, in particular by young graduates and school leavers, and small businesses to expand. Startup packs, soft loans tied to equipment acquisition of up to 50,000 cedis for individuals and 100,000 for associations and groups. A standardized loan package of between 100,000 to 400,000 are concessional rates for SMEs through financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, the You Start initiative aims to support our youth to develop commercially viable businesses. To this end, You Start is designed to instill proper commercial orientation in the beneficiaries. This will include financial institutions determining the credit matrix, and GEA and NEIP providing training support, especially for the standardized SME loans You Start will operationalize by March 2022. Mr. Speaker, it is well known that ours is a pro-private sector government. We strongly believe in the private sector leading in growing the economy and creating jobs. We have demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, this commitment over the past 5 years through policy actions and investments that created macro stability, built our human capacity, and strengthened our financial architecture, and will continue to do more in the coming year. Government will continue to streamline the policy and regulatory environment for doing business in the country. I would like to acknowledge our businesses and employers for their resilience and for pulling through the last year and a half despite the severe challenges of COVID-19. Most of you went to great lengths to find innovative ways to keep your businesses going and to hold on and preserve jobs. Government greatly appreciates your efforts. We'll continue to provide support to the CARES Guarantee Scheme, GERSEL, and other initiatives to facilitate the expansion and growth of our already existing businesses. In addition, though, guarantees provided by GERSEL, government is facilitating access to loans for agribusinesses. Over the past year, GERSEL, working with banks, has facilitated production and export expansion in a number of agribusinesses. Mr. Speaker, permit me to extend gratitude to the leadership of the commercial banks who engaged the President in October 2021. I'm happy to report that as a result, the meeting, the Ghana Bankers Association, working with the various banks, have resolved to collectively accelerate their portfolio allocation to qualifying SMEs to fast-track our phase of economic recovery post-COVID-19. My ministry is working with the Ghana Bankers Association to conclude the terms to ensure the facilitation of the 500 billion Ghana cedis over the next 3 years. In addition, the banking industry, Mr. Speaker, has committed 75 million Ghana cedis over the next 3 years to collectively engage in skills development programs for a minimum of 150,000 young graduates and youth entrepreneurs by engaging in activities. To achieve this, the banks have pledged to review the internal processes and procedures to facilitate easier access to credit by SMEs. Mr. Speaker, a 10 billion facility for 3 years will completely revamp the state of our SMEs and will ensure that our youth have jobs and youth become job creators and not only job seekers, even as the private sector expands to be able to absorb more of them. Mr. Speaker, I have great news. On Friday, November 12, 2021, the good governor of the Bank of Ghana formally handed over the license for the Development Bank of Ghana. With the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana, which is being capitalized at, Mr. Speaker, $1 billion US, of which we have already gotten $800 million now. With the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana, government will provide a powerful response to a long-standing desire of our businesses to easier access to medium and long-term loans at affordable interest rates. Not only will the Development Bank of Ghana, as a wholesale bank, provide loans to financial institutions, it will also provide partial credit guarantees to complement the efforts of GERSEL in agriculture and agribusiness. Mr. Speaker, following the extensive financial sector reforms, coupled with the establishment of the Development Bank of Ghana, the conversion of the Ghana Amalgamated Trust into a permanent investment vehicle, we now have a robust financial ecosystem that will support businesses from early stage to mature stage. Mr. Speaker, the NABCO program was designed as a temporary stepping stone for young graduates for a period of 3 years. In the last 3 years, 100,000 young graduates have benefited from the NABCO program. With over 33,000 trainees already securing jobs, government will work to ensure that the remaining NABCO trainees are effectively supported to take advantage of the opportunities USAS presents. Mr. Speaker, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, government under the able leadership of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo quickly developed a 100 billion COVID-19 alleviation and revitalization enterprise program, what we call the Ghana Cares Obatampe program. This blueprint, which brought instant and significant relief to our people, is revitalizing our nation by improving the business climate, supporting the private sector, and providing job opportunities for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the revitalization of the Cares Obatampe program has three key thrusts. The first is to support the private sector, particularly in agribusiness and manufacturing, ICT, and digitization. The second thrust is to aggressively support entrepreneurship in order to create job opportunities for our growing and increasing educated youth. The third thrust is to optimize implementation of government transformation agenda for greater results. Since its launch in November 2020, the Obatampe program has targeted strategic management and technical interventions in the agriculture, manufacturing, trade, and export sectors. The urgent and transformative vision of the CARES program implied that we could not proceed with a business-as-usual approach. We therefore swiftly adopted the compact framework to strongly link resources to results. As at the end of July 2021, 8 implementation compacts were signed between the Ministry of Finance and participating MDAs. Mr. Speaker, our priority is to facilitate investment and development of communication infrastructure, including integration and leveraging of data systems and platforms. Government is working towards enhancing the capacity of key institutions and strengthening coordination with the private sector. With the private sector for improved service delivery, business expansion, and economic transformation. This is consistent with the vision of the President to bridge the digital divide and make technology a driver of our socio-economic progress. Government is making significant progress towards our digitization drive. We are happy to announce that to date, we have issued unique identification cards to over 11.6 million Ghanaians. The second phase of the National Digital Property Addressing System, as well as the establishment of a National Digital Property Register, are complete. Mr. Speaker, with the expansion of digital financial platforms, including mobile money and its interoperability with the banking system, we are increasing financial inclusion. We are also in the process of digitizing the health records of Ghanaians and creating a national digital platform for the sale of pharmaceutical products to improve the efficiency of our healthcare. Mr. Speaker, our plan to establish a comprehensive government-wide database and register as a reference platform and management system for all government digital assets was set in motion with stakeholder engagements. We are currently awaiting the outcome of the preliminary assessment to inform the next step. Mr. Speaker, government will fast-track efforts to upgrade the Kumasi, Tamale, and secondly Takoradi Regional Innovation Center for digital centers. The upgrade is to facilitate the building of ICT capacity, provide support to startups to boost job creation, and enhance the drive for knowledge and socio-economic growth. Climate action and sustainable transition to a low-carbon economy. Mr. Speaker, having launched our updated nationally determined contribution at the recently ended COP26, Ghana has reaffirmed its readiness to leverage its natural resources to fund a sustainable transition to a low-carbon economy. This will be done by facilitating private sector participation in low-carbon activities and industries in a manner that generates more jobs for Ghanaians and improves our general well-being. In the course of the last 2 decades, we have adopted several policies and programs aimed at restoring our lost forests. Between 2002 and 2020, under the National Forest Plantation Development Program and the Ghana Forest Plantation Strategy, some 588,000 hectares of plantation have been established. Again, through the Youth Reforestation Program, we are committed to reclaiming some 7.6 million hectares of degraded forests and farmlands. Government is committed to promoting climate adaptation activities. We will collaborate with the Global Center on Adaptation in close collaboration with the African Development Bank in pioneering solutions on how to build durable infrastructure and supporting African cities to guard against the impact of climate change. We are also working with the private sector and with the assistance of the Green Climate Fund to establish a multi-million-dollar green fund to support our climate adaptation interventions. We shall, Mr. Speaker, in addition, work with our traditional authorities and districts to issue innovative mini-muni adaptation bonds to address issues of reclamation and reforestation in their specific localities. This will be innovative and the first in Africa. From 2024 and beyond, we aim to reduce emissions by some 10 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent in the cocoa forest landscape. Through the implementation of the Ghana Cocoa Forest RED program, one of the 5 ecological landscape-tailored programs in Ghana's RED Plus strategy. Government, through her nationally determined contribution in the forestry sector, is committed to supporting the global target of halving emissions by 2030 and attaining neutrality by 2050. Ghana is also committed to the Forest Agriculture Commodity Trade Fact dialogue process, and she affirms her resolve to support the development and implementation of the FACT roadmap actions. We are determined to operationalize the timber legality assurance system as part of the forest law enforcement, governance, and trade processes, which will enable us to track wood electronically to ensure that only legally compliant timber is allowed into any market. Mr. Speaker, government will continue its transformative flagship programs. In education, Mr. Speaker, the government continue the implementation of the government's flagship free SHS program. A total of 425,000 first-year students enrolled, bringing the total intake to 1.26 million students. In addition, first-year students receive the underlisted items as part of the implementation of the free SHS program: 4 million exercise books, 1.8 million notebooks, 395,000 physical education kits, 1.7 million cartridge arch paper, 35,000 water-based acrylic paints, 28,000 technical drawing boards, and 28,000 sets of technical instruments. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, we completed 118 projects made out of classroom, dormitory, administration-built libraries, and canteens at the secondary education level. The number of completed projects under the free senior high school infrastructure intervention stands at 657 out of a total of 1,119 projects from GET Fund and other funding sources. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana School Feeding Program fed some 3.5 million pupils in 10,832 public basic schools, with one hot nutritious meal every school-going day in 2021. This number will increase to all primary school students in the coming year. The program provided employment for some 32,496 caterers and created a ready market for local farmers. Mr. Speaker, the LEAP program paid 5 cycles of cash grants to 344,000 households and registered 76% of all LEAP beneficiaries onto the National Health Insurance Scheme. In 2022, government will facilitate the disbursement of the bi-monthly cash grants to beneficiaries. LEAP beneficiaries assessed to be above the extreme poverty line will be graduated into a productive livelihood inclusion program. Mr. Speaker, government has rolled out an aggressive vaccination program to protect Ghanaian lives from COVID-19. Sustained efforts have seen about 2 million Ghanaians receiving a single dose of 825,706 fully vaccinated as of September 2021. We will not relent, Mr. Speaker, until our goal of vaccinating 20 million Ghanaians is attained. Our supply of some 9 million vaccines are now assured and will mobilize to meet this goal to protect our people. Mr. Speaker, in line with the vision to improve equitable access to health facilities, the government will accelerate the implementation of Agenda 111, Mr. Speaker, comprising 101 district hospitals, 7 regional hospitals, and 3 psychiatric hospitals. Mr. Speaker, already we have 50% of contractors having been given and handed over their cadastral plans and hospital sites for them to begin work. The government in works in housing. The government will initiate a program to subsidize the cost of horizontal site and services development in selected areas. On the supply side, traditional authorities and districts will provide land to developers, including an armada of loans to protect our borders.
This budget is not a propaganda budget. That is why it is not a green book. It is why it is not a green book. So we'll debate it when the time arises. The Speaker having said so, because the time is long past 2 o'clock, it's the usual closing time, we don't need a motion for adjournment. Adjourning, Mr. Speaker, lies with you, and I believe that we would adjourn the House so that we can move to ponder over what we have done. And, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed, by way of announcement, we have agreed that the post-budget workshop.
I'll punish you. I said, I'm going.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the post-budget workshop will hold in Hull, and we are told that the facility may not be available in the morning of Saturday, so the post-budget workshop will begin in earnest in the afternoon of Saturday, and for us at home. And the adjournment for today, Mr. Speaker, because of an earlier commitment, the adjournment for today until tomorrow, the sitting for tomorrow will not begin at 10, but rather begin at 12 o'clock in the noon. 12 o'clock noon time tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that the Women Caucus are supposed to hold themselves in readiness for a group photograph soon after we adjourn. A group photograph, the Women Caucus. The same goes for leadership of the House. For some particular reason, the Women Caucus, all of you together, will have a group photograph, mainly we adjourn, and the same goes for leadership. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, as I said, adjournment rests with you. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members, before I adjourn the House, let me repeat this announcement, that the Women Caucus and the leadership of the House are required to take photographs for the 2022 calendar Parliament. Please note that it is immediately after adjournment. On that note, the House...
Hi, my name is Joseph Adamafiu, host of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Road accidents are claiming a lot of lives in Ghana. That's why we at GhanaWeb are embarking on a good cause. So join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, beginning at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School at Legon and ending at the Delish Restaurant at East Legon. It begins at 6 a.m. prompt, so don't miss out because I will be there.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Venom Mineral Water, and the Lish Restaurants.
November 11, 1911. 11. It rings a bell, right? Well, that was the day that one of the greatest clubs in Africa born out of Ghana was formed. I'm talking about none other but the oldest surviving club in Ghana. That's Accra Suffolk. The Never Say Die Until the Bones Are Rotten. The Rainbow Club. The Continental Club Masters. The team that won a double last season, winning the Ghana Premier League and the MTN FA Cup. Well, today as the club celebrates its 110th anniversary, we are the home of one of the longest surviving board members of the club, that's Dr. Nyao Tamaklo, to have a riveting conversation and find out how far the club has come in the history behind the formation of the club. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and you are welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV.
The last time he played in a competitive match against Kumasi Asante Kotoko, he scored from a free kick.
From a similar position. And he always brings with a lot of confidence whenever he's playing against Kumasi Asante Kotoko. Sometimes we keep wondering why.
Let's see what he does with this one. Well, what a goal! What a screamer! Unbelievable! We were talking about Fernand Dombote and he has done it right into the top corner. This is top class.
Everybody know that Dombote is no more a game. I think it's me. I am that I am. So I think if Dombote is there, Asofo is there.
Again, a dink from Salifu looking for Barnier. That's the opener. Daniel Akuya Barnier. Against him. And Dombote champions. Kofi Mensah Smith and the Fabians have won the double. Oscar Santiago by 8-7 on penalties there at the Accra Stadium.
Dr. Nyao Tamaklo, please, thanks for having us. Please, as the club celebrates their 110th anniversary, we would like to know how the club was formed and what inspired the formation of Accra Suffolk.
What we call organized football really started in Cape Coast years ago. And with time we go to Accra. And Suffolk was lucky then to have some young people at that time who felt there was a need for football in Accra. And this establishment took place in the house of a gentleman by name Captain Neti, or Asafuache Neti, in a place in Accra called Swalaba. The house is still there till today. If you go there, you see where even the old man lived. You know, it's a big family. The house is still there. Now,
In those days, 1911 is quite a long time. So, and there weren't much clubs in Accra then. And there were few clubs after that. Few clubs sprang up. Notable amongst them was Accra Stand Fast, which later fell by the wayside like others who also started. And the club started with notable figures at that time. The Bruce Tegos, or what we call the Bruce Tego brothers, who were also players in the club. And then we have the natives themselves, that's the children of the old man. Then we have the Okrakus, and there are other names I can't remember now, and then the Ankras. So this is how the club was formed on the 11th day of November 1911, which is exactly 110 years since it was formed. That's a long period.
Was the day deliberate? 11, 11, 11. Was it deliberate?
I should think so. If you look at certain things of the club, the picking of the name, the symbol of the club, certain names that are attached to the club, that will tell you that it was deliberate. It was definitely planned.
Normal history we find on the internet and in books tells us that the club won the first national league that was set up by Guggisberg.
Yes, that is very correct. Guggisberg was the governor. He organized the first ever organized league in the country at that time, the Gold Coast then. And that was one, the cup was won by Accra House of Folk. So you can see that winning cups, winning matches started long ago. You follow me? That's how it is.
Did the club start with the same colors that we see, red, yellow, blue?
Oh yeah, the club started with what we call the rainbow colors. Yeah, and rainbow colors, as we know, rainbow itself stands for a lot. It's a very important symbol for Accra House of Folk. So our jerseys, which were made in England in those days, the original jerseys, which came from England, had rainbow colors, just like you see now. But they were all in striped form. They're beautiful. Now, a rainbow itself is a sign of solidarity. The rainbow is also a sign of unity, or a symbol of unity, if I would say so. Rainbow is also a symbol of hope. How does it come in? A symbol of hope because after a very downpour of rain, if you have noticed, and this is supposed to have happened even centuries ago in Noah's time, and then you have the rainbow. And when you see the rainbow, you know that the rains definitely will cease. You follow me? And now it got its own spiritual acception too, which is a symbol of success, hope, and fortune. So you can see that the rainbow also, as a symbol, definitely might have been properly thought of and thought through by the elders in those days before they pick it.
When you take a number of clubs outside Ghana and some clubs in Ghana, most of them, their logos have the signs of animals. When you take Kotoko, they have the porcupine. When you take Busuan Draft, they have a big crab. When you take Ashanti Gold, they have the elephant. Why did Accra House of Folk decide to go for the oak tree?
The oak tree, that's an interesting question. The oak tree, once again, has been thought through before being picked by the elders. If you know, the oak tree is a very huge tree. When it's fully grown, it can stand for over 20 feet. More than that. The thickness, you can imagine what the thickness is. And the oak tree, that's one tree that a lot of people don't know, but it's associated with nobility and wisdom. nobility and wisdom. That's the oak tree. Apart from its strength, very, very strong tree. It's been used in building vessels. When I say vessels, very like strong ships in those days when wood was then used. That's the only wood they used. You follow me? And then also, what do you call it? Very strong containers that were used in bottling drinks like whiskey, wine, and beer in those days. So you can imagine. Now, apart from its strength, it's a symbol of strong morale, resistance. The oak tree is noted for its resistance. It's one of the trees fire can hardly destroy. Now, the oak tree is supposed to be, trees are living things. It's supposed to be very knowledgeable. You see, and also, one interesting thing about the oak tree is that it got a very long longevity. As its lifespan is very long. It can live at times even longer than 400 years. So you can imagine that it's a tree that can really survive throughout the ages. So that is the reason that the tree was picked by Accra House of Oak. So like the other club symbols that you said, they can fall by the wayside, but not the oak tree.
Okay. I remember one historian telling me that there was a time that Queen Elizabeth came to Ghana and she wanted to be entertained, and Accra House of Oak were brought out to engage in a football match, and it got the whole country excited about their performance. Can you tell us some history about that particular match? Because we don't have videos when it comes to newspapers, to the archives. We don't often get it, so it's out of people like you who have the history.
No, the history, I know the Queen, when the Queen came here, that was her first official visit. I was a small boy, but I remember very well. And she visited Keita, met the chiefs there at Edeva, and she had the opportunity of meeting my great-grand-uncle, who was then the chief Nyaho III. And then a football match was organized by Osajofo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And I think by then Ohinijan was then the one in charge of football in Ghana. And it's true, House of Oak played a club. I think it should have been Stanfast also, either Stanfast or Olympics. Could be Olympics. And it was a wonderful display of soccer at that time. So those who said a match that was well, what do you call it, appreciated by the Queen, I think that is true. Well, by that time, at that time, even though very few people wear boots in playing football, it was still very interesting and competitive. So you can imagine.
I see that. So what brought about the name Never Say Die Until the Bones Are Rotten?
As I said, any living being, be it an animal or a mammal, if I'll say so. So let's come even closer to human beings. When the person or that particular individual passes on, the body definitely, when buried, will decay and finally disappear. But not the bones. The bones can be there for years. And indeed, if nobody tampers with them, they will be there. We've seen instances like that, where bodies that have been buried for even a century, when it's on earth, you see the bones there. So for the club to say, never say die until the bones are rotten, and the bones will never get rotten. So House of Oak is not a club you can wish any evil and it will stick to it. You follow me? Whatever you say, the club will keep on marching on. And I'm not surprised that we are still marching on.
Then again, there's the name phobia.
The phobia, the word phobia also, which we call, people used to associate with has, or what we call hasiphobia. When we say hasiphobia, it means hasophobe. The word phobia itself is nothing than an extreme fear of something. You follow me? And this word has always put fear into our opponents who play with football with us. When they hear that they are going to play House of Folk, they get scared. You follow me? So the word phobia also was speak for a purpose. People or clubs, when they hear the word hearts, they panic. Yeah. And there's one that I can remember when I was chairman of the club. We were to play Enugu Rangers. That was, I think, 1985 or so long ago. Enugu Rangers was one of the top, and it's still one of the top clubs in Nigeria. So a match was organized where we were to meet them. And everything was set. At the last minute, they couldn't turn up. And we know it was the same old fright. So, and then we played that day with either Okwawu United, either Okwawu or Olympics. I can't remember now, it's long ago. So, even though phobia, the word phobia has been there for years, its most recent one, we are talking about 20-something years ago, which is recent, tells you that the word has a meaning. You follow me? Enugu Rangers pulled out. And an international match between House of Folk and Enugu Rangers of Nigeria couldn't come on. So we ended up playing a local team. So that tells you that the word phobia also has a meaning. It puts some sort of fear. Even today, any club that will make House of Folk, you watch carefully.
I saw that last season when the team came from behind to win the
Oh, yeah.
and the MTN FA Cup. Even the MTN FA Cup final playing Obuasi.
Exactly.
The penalties.
Exactly.
You could feel like
exactly.
they were trembling.
Exactly. They were all frightened. Till today. You watch any match Hearts is playing with any other opponent. Watch it carefully. If you have eyes, you can see that the opposing side is always frightened.
But your landlords, Accra Great Olympics, they always claim to be the landlords of Accra.
They can never be. How can Olympics be the landlords of Accra? They themselves, they came out of a club.
Okay.
Olympics came out of a club known as Stand Fast. Accra Stand Fast. Members of Accra Stand Fast defected to form Accra Great Olympics. That's a historical fact. How can they be landlords? When we were there years, even Stand Fast couldn't be landlords of Accra Sports Stadium. How can Olympics be? It's just the usual noise they make in football. Forget about it.
Okay. So there's one distinct thing about Accra House of Folk. When you look at the board over the years, there are people who have served the club and reason to become head of state. When you take a look at the players also, there have been players who played for Accra House of Folk and ended up playing for the national team. I quite remember there was a time that the late coach Cecil Jones Atukwefiu led some House of Folk players to play for the national team and all that. What makes the club so important to the country?
Well, House of Folk has played a lot of key role in the formation of modern football in this country. The first ever visit to England by a Ghanaian side to play in England, that was even before independence. I was then a kid. In the then Gold Coast, the key players there were House of Folk players. You follow me? That's point number one. And very important point also is that the captain for that 11 that went to England to play various English clubs, the captain was a Hearts of Oak captain called Chris Bryant. He was the first ever person to captain so-called now, what do you call it? Black Stars. You follow me? He was one of the best footballers we've ever had. And I remember when I was president of the Football Association, we celebrated the centenary of football in Switzerland. A gift was given to be given to an outstanding player. It was meant for him. I hope it's still there because I don't remember giving that out to him. But I hope it's still there in the FA. But I left it to Kwesi Nyantakyi, and I know Kwesi will also leave it to somebody. Unfortunately, that particular presentation, we were unable to do it before the man died. You follow me? So, House of Oak has played a role. There was even a time House of Oak represented Ghana in the football. And if I would say, there's more importantly, the southern sector of the then newly formed Ghana. You follow me? Now, there have been matches, international matches, where key players of the Black Stars have always been House of Oak players. I mean, there's no doubt about that. These are things that are documented. Anyone who doubts it can go into the history books and see.
Of course. I remember vividly that the first captain to lead us to a World Cup was a player from Accra.
Yeah. Stephen worked right under me. Stephen Appiah worked right under me. So you can see what I'm saying. The first ever to lead an organized club to represent Gold Coast in England, the captain was a House of Oak man, Chris Bryant. And you have now mentioned in your time now, Stephen Appiah, who, interestingly, I was in the FA boss when we picked him as a distinct. You follow me? So, you know, this is a club with enormous experience, and it's not a club you have to play with. And also it's a club that, I will put it this way, has always produced very talented players. Well, there was a time the whole back of Accra, with the exception of one central defender from Olympics, you know, were always permanent in the Black Stars. You might have heard names like Adu Dako, Adu Damite. These were Black Star players. I mean, they were wonderful footballers. You follow me? And then you come to Milford. That's Milford. I can't count them. You see? Yeah, they are aware. There's Fearsome 5 for House of Oak. I mean, they themselves alone, when they are in the club, you have to fear them.
I'm sure you were there when the club dominated the continent, Africa, to the extent that it came to a time you nearly played Real Madrid in the World Club Cup. What went into it as a board member? What went into the preparation to conquer Africa?
No, like we are going through now. A lot of money is spent when you are preparing for international matches. A lot of money. You have no idea. You see, footballers, especially supporters, don't really know the amount of money leaders of the club invest into the club. For instance, as we sit down now, a lot of good work is being done by the chairman of the board of directors. That's Toby Afede the 14th, you see. And because he's doing such a wonderful work and things are going on smoothly, very few people even think about it. You follow me? A lot is put inside, is injected into football when we are having international matches. You are talking about thousands and thousands of dollars for one match. So we shouldn't make that mistake. So if even we come to national level, look at the amount of money involved. Recently we went to play in Morocco. It costs us a fortune. You follow me? Yeah. So if the club is not in good hands, you can imagine the disaster that will come. Football is not a game for people who are not serious. Football management must be in hands of people who are serious. Because if they fail, the whole club will collapse. You follow me?
So, as we bring this interview to the climax, last season's performance and where the future is heading towards, do you foresee Heart of Oak returning to its glory days to conquer Africa? That I think this is the first time in a decade that Heart of Oak are making a return to the African stage. In future, are we going to see Heart of Oak try more and possibly win any African trophy at the club level?
So why not? We are right in African competition now. You follow me? And our aim and objective in playing the league is to win the national league. And that will definitely, just carry us into the African competition. So we are working seriously on that. Very, very seriously on that. It is our aim and objective is to make sure we gain a place for the African Cup of Nations, what do you call it, competition again. So we are working hard towards that. And I can assure you, definitely we shall succeed.
Continental Club Masters,
yes.
As we are being called.
We are, and that's what we are. That's what we are. We are Continental Club Masters.
That you are coming up with at the Pobiman place, the place at Pobiman. We keep on seeing new developments each day, each time. What are some of the things that are going to go on at Pobiman?
The Pobiman project is a huge project. If you go there now, you can see that there are a lot of structures that have been put in place for the students. We are going to have a complete academy for young people. I think even as low as the age of 15 and below. You follow me? So that they will not just be there as footballers, they'll be there as students too. You follow me? Like they do in Europe now. So all the facilities to keep a boarding institution, they are there. In addition to that, we are going to have facilities for hotel, for people who might come from outside the country to play football, not necessarily with Hearts of Oak, but with any other club here, from any part of Africa. Even local clubs here, if they come to play in Accra and they want to put up with us, if they want to put up somewhere that is quiet, they can go there. We are going to have a swimming pool there. There will be 4 pitches there. 3 will be natural grass. 1 will be Aztec grass, if you can imagine. And there are quite a number of other facilities that we are going to have there. There will be a clinic there. I mean, all these things are going to be there. It's a huge place. Have you been there? If you are not
the first time I came there, you came there as well. I remember the club was going through a phase, and I was happy seeing you there. You came and you spoke to the players.
Yeah.
What's your influence on the players? Like, what do you tell them sometimes when they are going through difficulties and they have to win matches?
The players are young people, you see, and you have to encourage them, which is very important. Well, when they see the presence of seniors of the club, it gingers them in any sort of competition they have ahead of them. That's why normally we would like to address them before they go into any battle that they have. You follow me? So it's very important for us. Any club that is worth its salt, when players are going to have important matches, the leadership gets close to the players and talk to them. It's very, very important. It's like talking to troops before they get into battle. You follow me? So that's what it is.
Finally, Dr. Nyao, as we bring this interview to a close, what will be your final words for Hearts of Oak fans out there and the entire playing body as the club celebrates their 110th anniversary? Please look into the camera.
I think what I would say, probably in this instance, is that first and foremost, the supporters of the club must know that a lot is being done for the club. And what we need as leadership of the club now is their unflinching support. You follow me? And this unflinching support will always ginger us, not just us, but the players as well, to play well. And if they did that, the club will go very far. As far as the progress of the club is concerned, it's going on unabated. We are now seriously on Proviman project, which if they go there themselves, they will see. We have set up a complete new commercial house, which we own ourselves as a club, where football is now money. So we must have a commercial house to see to a lot of things, which is also now in place. The building belongs to us. Now we are going to put up a brand new secretariat at where our own secretariat is now near the cathedral. It's going to be a glass house of 4-story building, and the house will be known as Phobia House. So what we need now is the support of supporters and sympathizers. We know we have a lot of sympathizers. Our club is nationally based and even internationally. So we know we've got the support. We have the largest support in this country. That one is a known fact. Any other club that will claim that, tell them I say it's a lie. We have the biggest support in Ghana. And you know it, you can say it. Yeah. Huh? So I thank you very much for coming. And let me take the opportunity to wish my supporters, the board, particularly the chairman of the board and other members, all other members, a very happy birthday. So birthday has a folk, and I say Phobia Masters.
Thank you very much for
it's
your
a pleasure. It's nice seeing you.
That is it, Phobians and viewers. This has been another edition of Sports Update Ghana. My name is Joseph Adamafield, and it's a pleasure having Dr. Nyao Tamaklo with us. Catch you another time.
A dick pic is like
my face.
Damn. Like when it's not working, it's not that attractive. So I mean, when you get a picture of it, it's a bit like.
Regardless of your sex or gender or sexuality, everybody loves boobs. Men, women, all the things in between. Everyone loves boobs. Dicks, not so much.
And you always seem to open it at the wrong time when, you know, somebody just walks up on you like, oh, you know.
You'd wake up in the morning and, you know, you used to get MTN messages, but now you wake up, you open your Snapchat, boobs, and then you see the little red and purple, right, icon, and you just smile like, you know what's coming. You know, you open it and you just smile, you see a perfect set of boobs.
As women, it has to be part of you. If you're sitting right. If you're, you know, you don't just be like, yeah, what up? Like, I'm seeing girls now.
If your nudes are to ever get leaked, if it's terrible, it's a leak.
That's it.
If it's nice, it's a wallpaper.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political program that gives you all the facts and issues that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss women, especially women in journalism, and how women are captured in the socio-political space of our media in Ghana. Our guest is a journalist, a broadcaster with Metro TV, and an advocate for women empowerment. She'll be joining us on this show for this discussion. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is seated with us, Bridget Otu. Welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you very much.
How busy are you now? Because we see you on TV. You're back at Metro TV.
Yes.
From selling cement, or is the cement business still ongoing?
Yes, I'm running it. So I think I made a famous, a funny post that, you know, cement slayer in the morning and news slayer at night. So in the morning, yes, I get to sell the cement, and then I transition in the afternoon and come to Metro TV, and yeah, I enjoy it. It's part-time, so I get to have that freedom. Of course, it's still not the same as being there 100%, where you can monitor things, attend to customers, ensure that, you know, you have enough products. I mean, there are days that I've run out of products and I didn't even know that, you know, I had no cement because I was so consumed in journalism. Yeah.
So the focus of this interview is on journalism, especially women in journalism.
Right.
And as you're saying, you're so consumed in journalism, and now you're even, you know, missing out on the count on your cement bags and all that. So how do women manage to stay in newsrooms in Ghana? Because you've been in several newsrooms, and there's a lot of, some statistics that show that a lot of women leave the media or the newsrooms, especially, and maybe for some PR jobs and other jobs, because of the pressure, and also sometimes they say the men push them out. How do women survive in newsrooms in this country?
I think it's a great question. It's very difficult, but that's why they say women were superhumans. It's difficult in the sense that when a woman gets pregnant, if you're on television, you can't be on TV. You change, your body changes, and unfortunately the environment is not very friendly for women who are either pregnant, have had a kid, and even return becomes a problem. Sometimes you return not even to your actual job, you return and then you're put maybe in the back room. There's also, I mean, I think the whole idea of very snide remark where men pastors comment that they think should go off as, oh, we're just joking. And it's a thing that's gone on for so long. So if you stand up for yourself, you're likely to lose your job. I mean, there's a situation, I'm not going to mention any name, where a young lady and her channel manager is sexually harassing her. So he takes her off a particular program and puts her at a slot where he thinks nobody would watch her. But that's not why she signed on to the job. She came there to do a job, to present a television program, and must be allowed to do so. If she's not performing and then you judge her on that, not that you're going to be harassing her with sex and be enticing her, and that, okay, if this person gives in, you're not giving in, who are you? You know, so it's a multiplicity of factors that hurts and haunts women. And so it gets to a point where you're tired. I mean, personally, I think, I don't know, but I have had great bosses in the past. I've had women as bosses. I've only had one male boss, and it's funny how there were lots of talks about how inappropriate he was, but he was never like that with me. And so it would be very difficult for me to say I have experienced that, but there are tons of stories that I have seen in the past and even currently where it's happening. And sometimes, you know, you see people crying in the washrooms. They don't know whether I should continue with this job, but I love this job I want to do. Do I give in to this person? Or do I just, after what, it would just be, a one-off thing. But it should never, ever happen. But unfortunately, you're pushed to a point where you would have to make a decision to either continue pursuing your career or just, lose your morals just for a one-night stand or something, just so you can continue. So it's never easy. It's never easy. I don't know how they survive, but somehow they survive. But I think that a newsroom should have certain policies, explicit policies on sexual harassment in place that punish, especially that, because when it's there's a power play here, especially bosses and subordinates. So the power play is that I am in charge, I'm your supervisor. If you don't yield, if you don't yield, I'm going to punish you. And that has gone on for so long, but bosses must also be held accountable for their actions.
There's a belief that women with men are in the media industry and they have the channels where they could speak about their issues and all of that. But why
they never,
are they not doing that?
But they never
what
do
could
so.
Be the reason?
Oh my God, it's fear. People in the media are some of the poorly paid. But you never see them demonstrate. They will talk about teachers, they will talk about nurses, they will talk about police, any and everyone, but not the media. And yet they have issues. They go through the things that teachers go through, the things that doctors go through, and they lay down their tools, but they are unable to do so. So it's like we are being gagged. It's a self-inflicted gag. But here is the case. There's a real threat of you losing your job. But I think that it would change. It would change with persons who have experienced that, who are out of it, and become maybe advocates for voices in the media. And that's why I love Media Foundation for West Africa for the amazing job they do for journalists. Ghana Journalists Association, they also try. But I think Media Foundation for West Africa is very brutal, and they go head on when they see abuse of journalists, whether it's women or men, in the media. So a whole lot more needs to be done about that. Yeah,
there's a whole campaign worldwide, globally, against women, against men taking over a lot of spaces where women can fit.
Yeah.
There's a talk of salaries, as we brought it up, especially in the media, where they say you can find a manager who is a woman, and then the same manager in the same position who is man, getting more salary than the woman. And in Ghana, we can't say much because people don't even say how much they're earning.
Yeah.
When you join Metro TV, I don't think you tell people, well, this is what I'm earning, and people can look at it and say, okay, maybe I'm in another media house where I'm supposed to earn something like that, and they can use your case to propose for a salary change. But it's happening, and a lot of these things are being pushed by people who are men and in these higher places. Do you think it's about time Ghana catches up with the rest of the world to also come out with these issues like salaries and all these issues from even abuse and all of that, so that at least we'll have one voice to be able to push this agenda? Is it time for us?
I think we're far behind. Is it time? I always say there's never like a right time. The time is really now, and it can happen. I will be very honest and tell you that I haven't experienced that with earning either less than a man or doing more and then being paid less. And that's because I feel like, especially, I'll speak to where I'm comfortable. I don't know what happens in print. I don't know what happens maybe in radio. Yes, I've had a little bit of radio experience, but in television, I feel like a lot of it has to do with star power. There are individuals who have earned a certain name for themselves. They've been in it, and it's years of experience, years of practice, so they are in a privileged position. But then they are very few, and so really you can't compare those. But I think that perhaps what you're driving at is maybe entry level, where there's basics. So if you're entering and you're going into a media house, whether it's GhanaWeb or it's TV3, the standard is that no journalist should be paid less than, say, 3,000 cedis. So it's across board, and that should happen. And for that, I'm for all of that. But where, there's a lot of discrepancies, like you're saying, people don't show you their salary. Not that they are proud of it. They are embarrassed as to how much they earn. It's not that they are proud of it or they are earning so much. They're just embarrassed. And sometimes people who aren't in the media, and sometimes I hear some of the horrible stories that print media, people in the print media, earn, and your jaw drops. I'm gobsmacked for the most part of it, because you're like, what? They're earning this much, going through journalism school, earning maybe a degree, diploma. It doesn't even matter, but they're doing this job, and this is how much they are earning. And even this is even the front runners. Then come to behind the scenes. You have drivers, you have cameramen, you have soundmen whose salaries are so abysmal that they are never even mentioned, and yet these are the people who are part of it. Without them, you and I cannot even be on television. Without them, perhaps we would sound, you know, funny on air. And without them, really, there's no complete. I always say, you know, we're a team. It's a teamwork. It's not an individual work. So perhaps entry level. What is the basic salary that we want a cameraman to earn? It's not that he came in and said, "Oh, mommy, 800 cedis," or even when he knew that, you know, he deserves more than that. Basic. Okay, so cameramen should earn 2,500. Or if it's radio, okay, the entry level radio, what is called, journalists or broadcasters must earn entry level. That is the basic that you can, the least amount you can pay any journalist across board should be 3,000. Then it is based on that it can be built on. But they'll tell you, you know, infrastructure, sponsorship, all of it. But those are all, you know, excuses. But it's an industry that's growing, and I hope that, you know, it happens sooner than later. But we're way behind.
Can the GJA, as the Ghana Journalists Association, play a role in this?
I hope they do. I hope they do. The president, Mr. Afemoni is somebody that, you know, I respect enormously, but I know that he's also faced a lot of criticism for sometimes how slow they are in responding to issues about journalists, you know. And there have been times where they've come public. I think there was an issue involving Manasseh, and they were on the wrong side of history. Meanwhile, Media Foundation for West Africa came in and stood by him, because sometimes when you do that, it means you're feeding him to the dogs. And yet, we are supposed to be the fourth estate of the realm. So yes, GJA has a lot to do in streamlining the whole, what's it called, association. I'm a member of it. I've never been to any meeting, but I pay my dues because, you know, when I speak, I want to speak so I can have the freedom to speak and speak well, and tell them, look, I pay my dues to you, so you can't say that, you know. And also, we want it to be better, but they have to get it right as an association, and make proper input into how media houses are run. There was a story back, you know, in the early 2000s, or mid 2000s, sorry, where a student journalist was involved in a crime, and it was aired on, you know, I believe TV3 at the time, and I think GJA stepped in and to kind of prevent that, you know, from being shown, because they thought, oh, it's not a good image for journalists. But we want to tell people the truth. If we want to tell people the truth, then when one of our own commits an offense, we must show. It may have been bad. He was just GIJ students. Anyway, I think my senior a year, he was in diploma class. But then he committed an offense. But if you thought it was an indictment on GJA, well, it's an indictment on society too, because after all, he was involved in a banking issue. And how does that affect, you know, GJA? Why should GJA be involved to stop us from airing a particular story? So the institution itself needs to get its priorities right, be set up well, streamlined. Then they can, because there are a lot of people who want alternative association because they think that GJA is just a toothless bulldog. And I am reluctantly kind of leaning into that particular direction, that yeah, it looks like it's a toothless bulldog because when it barks, nobody really moves. But when journalists see that you're for them, speaking for them, when they abuse, you talk about them, when they are poorly paid, you're there. You are part of even how institutions, you know, whether they are employing and the kind of contract is signed. We make it a policy. It will compel media owners to treat journalists better.
Could it be the right time? Because you say there's no right time for it.
Oh yes, I mean, the time is now
to have an association for women journalists.
Yes. I think they have isn't a woman Association of West African. Association of Women in Media, I think it's a WIM. It was put together by Shamima Muslim.
They're also not biting.
But they've been doing a lot for women. They've been doing a lot for women. They don't have support. Nobody finances them. Nobody does anything for them. And yet, if something happened to any woman journalist, they're one of the first people to issue statements in solidarity of that journalist. They were very much excited about this No Manel, where the United Nations in Ghana launched, you know, No Manel, where they say, look, for every platform or every program, at least there should be a woman on the panel. It's not like they're not available. They are there. But they're not, either we're not reaching out to them, or when we have them, we abuse them in the way we expose them to people. I mean, let me use Sewa Amehia, for example. I mean, something that Sewa Amehia would say, she may slip, not that she's wrong, she may slip, like we're humans, we all slip. The kind of abuse she would receive, you would have a man in same position do that and he will be applauded. Why? So it's so unfair. It's said the system is set up against women, and it is so unfair because not only are we trying, we're actually competing head on. And I'm so proud of every single woman, you know, in the media. They're really trying, but somehow they reduce you into this. Oh no, they should be put in this corner. No, maybe, I mean, I know change is difficult, and of course men are afraid of women. They've always been afraid of women. It's why they always try to put things in their way, you know, to kind of keep them what's the word I'm looking for, keep them sober, keep them humbled, because they like those adjectives. Oh, she's humble, she's not like the other one, she's too loud, whatever. But those are things that they use in keeping people in check. But you don't need to keep anybody in check in the media, really. We're equal, and I hope that, you know, a lot more men will begin to even speak out about some of these. That you're coming on a panel, there's no woman on this. It's not like we don't have a woman doctor, we don't have women lawyers, we don't have women doctors, and we don't have good women presenters. We have a lot of them. But what kind of package is there for them? How are you reaching out to them? I mean, a woman can ask, oh, may I know, you know, the synopsis for the program? Oh, why didn't you call me at this time? She's only, if somebody is asking for details, they're not difficult. They just want to prepare well for the program and present themselves well and execute well. So you don't say, hey, why she didn't know, why she acts so, you know, dumb or something. No.
Having a biased panel, which is mainly men, as they call Manel, is something that has come up in Ghana.
Yes.
And we have some major media organizations saying, well, it's not deliberate, the women are not ready, and the women are not available, and all these questions.
No, they are all excuses.
So those excuses keep coming. What can we do to change the way these things work?
With this, you know, I blame the media houses. The media houses have a role to play. You have producers who reach out to people. I mean, you reach out to one woman and she said no, so that's it. But if you reach out to a man who said no, you'll find another man to say yes to you. Same way. If you reach out to one woman, let me use lawyer, maybe Kasati, who is like on almost all the platforms, you know, she's always available. If you reach out and she's not available, find out who is the next available lawyer I can use. Or look at the institutions. Do we even have a database of what kind of lawyers, you know, say University of Ghana has as maybe lecturers, or reach out to them who use as consultant? Do we know who CDD and co work with? This institution, and you mentioned, oh, GIJ, who are some of their law lecturers? If you have a proper database of women, you would know where to find them. It's not like they're not there.
Are you advocating for balance all the time, or just...
Oh, a balance would be great, but to start with, you know, I'm a realist. A balance will be great. 2-2, why not? But it would be nice to have even one to start with, and then they come on and they see their performance. Because look, for quite frankly, I mean, there was a day, you know, I joked about a man, two men discussing, I think, was menstruation, was fertility issue, you know, and people were laughing and saying that, oh well, I mean, they are doctors. Yes, but it would have been nice to have a man and a woman. The woman could have been the presenter anyway, asking the question, or the resource person could have been the woman, and the presenter could have been a man. I'm not saying that two men cannot talk about it, but I'm saying it would have been nice to have that balance, and then they would have won a lot more women to watch them. Anyway, women watch, we buy more than men. I mean, all the things they're doing, we watch and we buy more than men. So what is wrong with having at least one of them feature? Was it the politics? Don't we have women MPs? Don't we have women ministers? And we claim that, you know, the number is small. Is it 14% in parliament now? If the number is small, how are you going to increase it when we don't see ourselves represented on platforms, on programs, on decision making? That won't happen. And that one, the media has a big role to play in this.
So we'll be right back after this break, and we'll talk about this term that's out there. They say slay queen journalism. I don't know if you've heard about it. We'll be right back after this break.
Right, I like that actually.
Welcome back from the break. This is a lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is still here, Bridget Otu. She's a journalist, a broadcaster of Metro TV, also an advocate of women empowerment. So we're talking about...
And a cement slayer. Because I like... Because we're going into slaying now. Yes.
So I said we're going to talk about the tag Slay Queen journalism. And a lot of women journalists and broadcasters especially have been tagged as such, and a lot of people are saying, well, they are shallow and they don't even have journalism backgrounds. Do you need to have or go attend GIJ to be able to be a journalist? Do you need to
the answer is no. I mean, Nanaba went to journalism school. I mean, now, yes, she has a degree, master's and all that, but she didn't start out as a journalist. Sewa Meher doesn't have a journalism background. Kwame Sefakan doesn't have a journalism background. Does Randy have? I'm not sure. Maybe not, you know. But so some of the best journalists this country has produced didn't have any journalism background, and yet they are some of the best we look up to and love. It's nice to have the institution as certificates, but look, I left GIJ and I couldn't even write a single report. So that certificate was rubbish. But then I learned on the job. When I started, that's when I learned to write, I learned to tell a story, I learned to be in front of the camera and learn. And yet I had a degree in journalism, a degree in communication studies. So that foundation is crap. We shouldn't even go there.
But do looks matter? Okay.
Two.
Yes.
Look, I've tweeted a number of times. I said, I want to be a slay queen. I love slay queen. What does it mean? What is to slay? It's to kill it. In other words, you're killing your hair, you're killing your makeup, you're killing your clothes. And what is wrong with that?
Does it matter?
I thought it didn't matter, but it matters so much. I mean, you watch television and you see people who are dressed nicely. So a journalist who come on television, coming to interview people, say, I'm just going to get my nails done. Yes, I have one broken. This one too is broken. That's okay. But I'm going to get my nails done really nicely, a nice dress, sit in front of you and speak to you. That has absolutely nothing to do with what's in the person's head. If anything, we have bad producers and not bad presenters, because it's not the presenter's job to go and research. It is a team. But because we are under-resourced, and we have put a lot of work on presenters, we tend to blame them for the mishaps. And in any case, I haven't seen anybody who is shallow, who is well-dressed. If anything, they are killing it in front and behind the camera. So I haven't seen anyone who is shallow. If anything, it is the fact that sometimes we put our guests on, but what people don't realize is that whether in radio or TV, you always have a talk back. So there's a producer there, you have prepared your questions to ask. You're there asking your question. The producer, oh, can you ask him about a juror committee's report? You haven't researched it. And then you ask your guest, oh, so what's your response to the juror committee? You've not researched. But the producer there is not feeding you anything. And he says, which one? And you're like, oh, but the recommendations, they said that some of the police, you haven't read. Down, your guest is going to expose you because you haven't prepared. And it's true that you've not prepared. But it's not your fault because there's a producer there who should have done that job, who should never have told you to ask those questions. So a lot of the time, the blame only comes to the person they can see or the person they can hear. But there's a lot of work that should have gone into that behind the scenes. So look, I am all for that. Yes, it takes a lot of work to look good. And there's nothing wrong with looking good. In fact, it's good. People should look. When you dress well, you wear good clothes, good hair, you feel good. Your confidence level is high. I think that we're so used to just having a lot of poor presenters, poor-looking presenters. I think that people just want to see journalists on TV looking like they are paid. So if you earn 2,000 cedis, come on there, wear your fake this, fake that, fake that. So, but what people forget is that we're doing multiple things. We know that the pay is trash, and that's why people do other things to support themselves. There are people who don't even buy anything. I know a presenter, she doesn't buy anything. People bring her clothes to wear, bring her hair to wear. They do her makeup for her for free, do her nails for her for free. So she's always going to look glammed up from head to bottom. And she wears it so well, people buy when they see it on her. But you're sitting there thinking that it's from her pay. And she hasn't put a penny from her pay. So how about you to build yourself to get to that level? And instead of insulting them, learn from them. When I was on television, there are so many things I have learned now. I was not taking my makeup serious. Even today, with this interview, I didn't know I was coming, so I just sat in the camera in the car and just put some one foundation here. But if I knew, I would have gone with a whole makeup team here. You know, they would do my makeup for me. I'll be like, Yeah, I think I look good. Now go ahead, ask your questions. You know, I would have done all of that because you know what? It will make me feel good. It will make me look good on television. And bloody hell, I'm super intelligent. Nobody's going to tell me any other thing. You see? But because we allow a few people who have absolutely no idea. You know, the funny thing is that a lot of the people who criticize and say these things can't even do 5% of what the people they are insulting do. They can't do it. It's just so easy to sit in your house and say, they are so daft. What questions would you have asked? What questions would you have asked them? Let them put you there, ask them about Ijapa deal if you can do it. Let them put you there and ask them, go and review the Ejura committees. And journalists have very little time to make the most out of an issue. We should give them credit and stop trying to tear them down for simply trying to put their confidence together and look good for you.
Talking about insults, there's so many insults who've been on the receiving end of
several.
so many of them.
I've also dished out
others don't take it easily. How
Yes.
do you do it?
How do I do it? Look, I'm always prepared. If you're going to dish it, make sure if you dish, you should be able to also take it. First of all, I'm against it. I don't think that it's fair. I don't think that there are lots of presenters who are hurt by those insults. Some think about it, and but I have a philosophy that nameless and faceless individuals can never get to me. In other words, if I know you and you insult me, I'll take it personal. It will get to me. But I don't know Kofi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 8, Kwejo, Mami Ajwa, hashtag flyover. I don't know Shatta QSY. Why should I bother? I'm probably thinking some mad person who hasn't eaten high on something, you know, just venting out something. It has nothing to do with me. There are a few times I respond because I see the people, so I was like, oh, they look like they are human, so I can respond to them. And then I respond. I just want them, I don't approve of it, but I want them to just put themselves in my shoe and see if they were in my position, how would they feel? So if it's not great, then don't insult me because I have not abused you or anything.
Other women like you can't take it.
That's the point.
They suffer a lot of mansplaining, where anything they say is being scrutinized by the men, and always pushed down and all of that. And it even gets to the extent of them being, or their success being attributed to a man.
Yes, no, I get you.
And all of this is also added as part of the whole slave queen journalism. Is it that
I personally endorse slave queen journalism. Slave queen journalism means a woman who cares about how she looks, wants to look good, sit before somebody which she wants to interview, and ask them great questions. Now, if we were in an ideal country, ideal situation, standard, the station is supposed to give you clothes, they're supposed to do your hair for you, makeup for you, they put it in front of a camera to go and ask questions. They're supposed to do all of that for you. They don't. And if they're supposed to do that, maybe it will cost them maybe more. Now you have put in effort to get that done for yourself, and you're being judged for simply looking good. And in any case, if you read the psychology behind it, lots of the people who say this want to be like the person they are insulting anyway. So it's a complex issue, psychological issue, a bodam issue. But they don't know. I don't think they are even aware. Some one person, they are not necessarily there. But you know, they just do it because it makes them feel good. But Didi Bridges, I tell you, meanwhile meeting my fufu or something, you know. But there are others who are affected by it because, especially when it's repeated. It is why I encourage people, look, use your block button, use your mute button, mute certain words you don't want to see. You won't lose anything. These people, what did they put in your pocket? So mute them. But it is not healthy. People should stop it. You can't just come online and abuse someone because they said something you disagree with. If you disagree with them, engage them intellectually. Okay, I think this man is corrupt because of XYZ issue. No, he is not corrupt because of XYZ issue. The man is corrupt. Oh, Ashawo, what have you done? What have you added to the conversation? In fact, what progress have we made? Nothing. I can also say the same to you. And quite frankly, I've said that to a few people and said, at least like your mother or you're like your sister, you know, and they take it personal. So what makes you think that my mother, know why she can't feel? But I mentioned your mother's one. You are insulting. Always. I mean, there's a guy who's always on my Facebook page saying that she's always insulting. As for her, that's why I don't follow her. And I responded, I said, do you think that I sit there and I say, hey, Kweku ignoramus doesn't follow me. Hey, today I'm getting a headache. I don't. Sometimes, you know, it's not fair. But sometimes you need to let them feel exactly how they think you feel.
Many women like you have been silenced because of these insults and the backlash and all of that. Do you think the social media is the right place to push out the word and to continue journalism for everybody, including women?
Oh, social media is great. I mean, nobody has really silenced me, but it's great. I don't think that we should get rid of social media. It's fantastic. I've done so much on social media. I don't think that my name Bridget Otu will be Bridget Otu if not for social media, to be quite honest. Because when I left TV3, I was sitting in my house there trying to figure out how to sell the cement, and social media became an outlet where I could just vent, you know, my experiences, my frustrations, and yeah, and there were a few happy moments, you know, in there. So social media is good. It's good for journalism. These days, you know, nobody waits till 7 to watch the news. If anything, they are waiting to see what else the news would add. They are waiting to have confirmation. I mean, the news, the television is good, the radio is great, but a lot of it news breaks on social media. It goes from, there's of course a lot of fake news as well. So there's the TV, the radio, the print acts as a balance to verify, to cross-check, you know, to just add weight to what's being seen on social media. So
are you for regulation of social media?
Wow,
it's come up so many times.
No,
election time, especially some African countries have blocked social media. In Ghana,
oh, that's what it's just for corrupt dictatorial leaders who wants to. But I don't. It's already regulated, isn't it? Because if you say something offensive in violation of either Twitter rules, Facebook rules, or Instagram rules, your account is suspended and taken down. Now, if you want to give that power to government that likes control, government that doesn't want you and I to express ourselves, I mean, they will say hallelujah. No, I don't think so. I don't think that they should control it. I think they should let it work. It's why we have the media. The media is the fourth estate of the realm for a reason, because we get to poke holes in things that have been said, whether from government to say, it's not true, you said this on this day, this is what you're saying today. But if you're going to give them control of social media, it's like saying that, look, take it, tell us, then they will tell us, get up at 6, we get up at 6, okay, boss, what time do we sleep? No. But when we are then on them, I mean, it puts them on their on their toes. We force them to, you know, sack, suspend, even though in this country nobody resigns, you know, sack, suspend, you know, people who are have broken laws, or people who have stolen state funds and all of it. So no, don't take back government. They already have too much power. Don't add social media.
Let's talk about women issues in the media.
Right.
And there are statistics that show that women have some little coverage in the media, where women issues like maternal issues, maternal health, and all of that is quite low. Is this something you subscribe to?
Look, and I'm glad maybe we're having this interview. Today is what, 27th of October. We're already in the breast cancer awareness month, the whole month of October. And even for newsroom, sometimes we struggle to keep up with, you know, the stories to tell. I think what people don't understand, and sometimes, you know, I blame us, is the kind of stories we tell, the kind of education people receive from us, in a way that, because people think if you keep hearing something over and over again, oh, it's boring. Oh, and yeah, we know more can be, but it's actually not boring. Repetition is good. It drums home a certain message. So it's okay. We talked about maternal health last year. We're going to talk about it this year. We did breast cancer last year. In fact, if we like, we can just play back all the stories we did on breast cancer last year, this year, because there's somebody else who would die. If 650,000 women died of breast cancer last year alone, how is that not a big deal story to cover? And so, yes, and for us as media, it's keeping our eye on the ball. We get swarmed up, you know, by the sensationalism that all these stories kind of get lost. And we say, oh, that's not what the readers would want. Anyway, we will do this interview for, say, 30 minutes, 1 hour. But when you finish and the story comes out and says, Bridget says GJ is trash. That's it. That's the headline. GJ is trash. Nobody cares about reading the context or guessing the context of the statement I made, because they don't really care. Also, I think that we need like a culture of getting people to read. I think that's the basis. People just don't like reading. People don't like reading, and so we know. So we tend to give them half-baked stories, sensational, easy to read. He's done 1 minute, he moves on to the next one. But if you pick the Financial Times and you're reading a story on, say, breast cancer, I mean, it can even take me 30 minutes, you know, to finish a piece like that. An article, whether it's an opinion piece or editorial or from Times, it takes me about 30 minutes to finish that, but I can do say maybe in a minute and a half, you know, here. But we think that's our audience. But the challenge for us as media is to keep telling those stories, because look, those are the stories that matter. I mean, if we don't tell the story about the guy who doesn't have access to education, the guy who has no lights in his village, who would?
So we need to feed the people with the agenda. Which
we set the agenda, but it looks like
and
now the politicians are setting the agenda for us.
Okay.
We should set the agenda.
So there's this argument, that because the media managers in the country, in Ghana, most of them are men, and that affects the agenda that's been set by the media organizations or media channels. So you end up having them chasing the sensational stories, the political stories.
Well, at the end of the day, they want to make money. At the end of the day, they want to make money. I mean, a lot of media houses don't make as much money. I mean, advertising is very difficult, and yes, a lot of media houses survive on advertising. So if they are not getting it, I mean, if I am an investor, and I don't think it has to do with whether a man owns it or a woman owns it. I think the difficulty is having politicians owning stations. Then they have a political interest, a political agenda. They think maybe, you know, if we're soft on government, maybe we'll get deals from government, you know, those things. And maybe my station will be free because of, you know, the environment within which we find ourselves. That's what it is. I don't think it has to do with having a woman. But perhaps if we had maybe one woman, you know, only, you know, one of the major media houses, perhaps maybe the story will be different, because people love to watch women. I mean, men love women. Who doesn't like women?
But you know, we are talking about media ownership, but there's also the media management, because currently there are so many media managers who are not owners of the media houses they run, but they call the shots.
Yes.
And media managers in the country we have few women managing media houses. How would women get to that level of management where they can also call shots and make sure women are covered enough?
When we stop pursuing them, when we stop chasing them, even when they are married, we want to sleep with them. We know this person is good. This person, I mean, there are people. There was a time, you know, a cousin of mine was in an organization. I thought she could have risen all the way to the top. I got to a point where her boss just wouldn't let her be because she looked great in pants. You know, so he would pursue her and leave. And the funny thing is that she leaves, and the person she was on the same level is now one of the managers of a media house in Ghana here. She could have been in that position.
So harassment is stopping women from getting up there?
Oh, a lot of harassment. It has nothing to do with incompetence. And another thing is that there's no protection for women. Where is the protection? I mean, oh, she's so sensitive, she will cry. But men are more sensitive than even women. I mean, they're always ranting anyway. Perhaps, you know, showing a calmer face in public. But I'd rather have a woman who rants, is emotional, because, I mean, and we saw that in Donald Trump anyway. We saw that Donald Trump rants more. I mean, compare Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. You think that Clinton is the man and Donald Trump is the woman. He was always ranting, couldn't handle it. He was always on Twitter tweeting nonsense here and there. So it's not even about whether they are competent or not. It's just having the opportunity and trust. And having the media owners, you know, not go after even people who are married. I mean, she's married, she has kids. You want to sleep with her. She's qualified for the job. Give her the job to do. Because if you don't, after all, your mailman will come. You can't sleep with them. Okay, well, now maybe they can sleep with them now. So, yeah.
Well, sleep with the men will come there soon. Because
I'm yet to hear any man, you know, in the top position say, look, do you know I had to give him something, a doggy, before, you know, I got this position? I don't know. I don't think so.
We'll talk about LGBTQ plus very soon, and it's an area that's very sensitive in the country right now.
How is that connected to this interview? I thought you said we were talking about women.
Yes, it's about women, but women are also some women ascribe themselves as part of the LGBTQI plus community.
Actually do, because they are empathetic. That's why.
Yes, and we will talk more about that after this break. This is the lowdown. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is still here, Bridget Otu. It's been nice having this conversation. We are bringing up so many issues, and we are still talking about women. And I'm also looking at longevity of women in the newsroom. We talked about harassment and how it stops women from rising up. Yes. So there's kind of like a glass ceiling, which I would say has been fixed by some men bosses or men managers. How do we break this glass ceiling?
It's just policies. I think I said earlier that you need deliberate policies.
But who sets the policies?
So you have individuals. So, well, one can come from the associations, right? GJM, WFA, whatever, and then you would have the newsrooms itself or the media houses to have deliberate policies that address issues of sexual harassment. I am very sure that if you put pay aside, the thing that a lot of women would tell you is that they are being sexually harassed by their bosses, and they are always men. Look, if we have a female boss, she will just probably be in some mood and tell me, off and everything. We will have maybe disagreements. That's it, ends there. She's not going to ask me to sleep with her to be put on television, or if I don't sleep with her, she'll take me off television, or that if I don't sleep with her, I won't get the promotion, even though I'm due for promotion. She won't get that. So you need deliberate policies that are explicit, that spells out punishment for those who break it, and also believe them when they come, because there are other institutions that may have them. Now the HR is also a man. Then Charlie, come, the girl can report you, and that is complete. That puts a lot of people off, because there are people who have been through that. They won't go and report to HR. Make a I mean, that's my boss. But where the environment is set, it's in black and white, and the field is fair for all. Look at somebody like Harvey Weinstein. I've forgotten the other guy, Harvey Weinstein, and look at how long it took for big stars in Hollywood to come out and say, this man has sexually harassed me, or this man has sexually assaulted me. The first person who said that was not believed. Look at R. Kelly, how long it took. Do you think we don't have Harvey Weinsteins in Ghana here? Do you think we don't have R. Kellys in Ghana here? We have lots of them, but they are walking around freely because the system itself supports it. The system itself encourages it. I mean, there are places where people will tell you that, and not just in them, they will tell you, or there's a man who went after a girl when she refused. He puts on his WhatsApp status, look at how beautiful my wife, and say, so in other words, sleep with me because I'm doing you a favor. And these are things that mess up with a lot of girls' minds. And you have women who support these men because their orientation is the same, because they've been brought up to believe same. So yes, if I'm sexually harassing you, I'm doing you a favor. My wife is prettier than you. What do you think? I mean, I'm even doing you a favor. But that's not it. But still, you came to ask me, or you have a pretty wife, but you're still chasing me. If it's consensual, it's different from somebody in an office agreeing that, oh, I'm going to have a relationship with you. But where it is forced, power play, if you don't do it, I'm going to haunt you. And now people are afraid, they don't want to come to work again. Now they are resigning. They'll rather resign. Lots of women, they hardly move around unless maybe top, and you poach them. That's public. But there are a lot of women who would rather, let me just leave.
We have an association called Journalists Against LGBT.
It's one of the most stupid associations I've ever had. I can't believe the journalists will even form an association against that. I think it's one of the most stupid associations we can have in this country. I mean, for what for? Journalists against... I mean, I have never heard anything like that in the whole world. I want to see journalists against corruption. I want to see journalists against abuse of journalists in this country. I want to see an association about journalists who care about the issues that matter to people. Journalists against bad roads, journalists against LGBT, because now that they're against LGBTQ+, does that mean we're going to heaven? Does that mean now that they're against LGBT, does that mean that, water has been fixed, electricity corruption has ceased? Come on, let's find out better time to do better things with our time.
Okay, so what would you look forward to? One, being a media owner. Two, being a media manager. Three, retiring soon. Which would you pick, or which are you thinking about?
Right, none. It's funny, the option I was expecting actually didn't come.
Which is?
I'm not going to say. No, I thought politics. I actually thought politics will come in, but politics, you didn't put politics as an option.
I didn't put that in there.
Yes.
Because it means you are moving away from the media. I'm trying to...
keep me in the media. No, yes. I don't think that I'm going to be in the media. I don't have an ambition to be a media owner. I see myself way beyond that, way more. I think my ambition and my goals are way bigger than a media owner. But I want to see a system that's fair to all persons. I want to see a system that it is not so consumed by our culture. Yes, we have our culture and tradition, but our culture promotes having 200 girlfriends and a wife, and it's still fine, you know. That's our culture. Are we proud of that? You know, let's be real with ourselves, and let's. Nobody is saying that, you know, you should show your lifestyle in my throat. I don't think that if you go back to the LGBTQ plus issue, I don't think that if you put this bill away, you're going to go to Jowulu Junction and you see two men there doing something. I don't think that's what will happen. But the thing has been put in people's minds to think that that's what would happen, you know. And yeah, look, I'm ready for what will come after.
So
this.
Finally,
yes, go ahead.
What do you think should be the entry-level salary for a journalist?
I think I already said that.
You mentioned a number of figures.
I don't know what the salary, but I think that if we're paying people 2,500, 3,000 to start.
Entry level.
I think it's good. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. This has been a great episode of the Lowdown. Very informative. Thank you very much, Bridget. We'll come your way every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Hello there. So on the 27th of November 2021, we would be hitting the streets of Accra for the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. Come join us as we interact with drivers and create more awareness about road safety in the country. Our convergence point is at the Presec Legon, and we would end at Delish Restaurant in East Legon. Don't worry, food and drinks will be sorted. Come, don't miss this worthy cause. My name is Na Oyokwote, host for Bistec on GhanaWeb TV.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Welcome to another episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest is an MP who recently led a demonstration on bad roads in his constituency that nearly led to his arrest. He has since reported the case to the Speaker of Parliament and is asking that the Ghana Police Service and some of its officers be held in contempt of Parliament. Lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu of Medina is my guest today. When we return, we speak about his demonstration, legal education in Ghana, and other matters. Stick and stay. We'll be right back. Welcome back. My name is George AC, and this is Say Loud. My guest today is Honorable Xavier Francis Kojo Sosu, MP for Adenta constituency. Honorable, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Your guest, your constituency is Medina, actually.
Yeah, that is correct.
And recently, you led a protest against bad roads.
Mm-hmm.
One would say that as an MP, there are a lot of avenues for you to explore to get some of these issues addressed. Why did you choose to protest?
Well, I get surprised when people talk about a lot of avenues. I don't know what those avenues are. The reality of being a member of parliament and what people think members of parliament can do is completely different. I'm sure for many people in their community, maybe their MPs are supermen. And I mean, they can just make everything happen. All they need to do is to talk to somebody, and then something will happen. So I think that there is this general disconnect between what MPs do and what MPs can do, and what constituents think MP should do, or the MP's ability. And let me quickly add that demonstrations are part of legitimate constitutional political tools that you can use to press home your demands when need be. So you would have to weigh the options, particularly when you have used all the all the diplomatic means of engaging and following up on things and nothing gets done. Then it means that you may have to draw central government attention to the plight. And we are talking about a road that is about 10.5 kilometers long, and then a road that is awarded on contract. And we're talking about 11 million Ghana cedis contract to somebody, and the person has failed to perform. This road was awarded way back in July 2020 and was supposed to be finished or performed by June 2020, and that was not done. And so under those circumstances, you have to use all the legitimate means to get the person to do the job. This one was a project of feeder roads. So we've raised concerns, we've been there with a feeder roads engineer, we've spoken to the assembly, and so the obvious thing that you can do to draw government attention is to demonstrate, and that's exactly what I led them to do.
So on that day, on that fateful day, what happened, and then what happened between you and the police?
Well, I wish I don't really go into details with that, particularly because the matter is currently before the Privileges Committee of Parliament. So I don't want to say things that would prejudice the work of the Privileges Committee. But quickly to add that this demonstration was a lawfully organized demonstration, because in the first place, it was a demonstration that came out of a continuous community engagement with the people. And so those people have had a chance to talk with their MP. They've raised concerns about how difficult things were for them. Pregnant women were struggling on that road. Many miscarriages recorded on that road, with trotro drivers and taxi drivers complaining about the number of times they need to maintain their vehicles, and among many other complaints. And at the end of our engagement, we came up with a roadmap that all these concerns, we would need to bring them to the doorsteps of the appropriate authorities. By appropriate authorities, I'm talking about the municipal chief executives, the various engineers that are supposed to be working on this road, as well as the feeder roads and the roads ministry. So this communique was made available to all of them, and with a condition that if the citizens or if the community members do not see any action within 14 days, then they will resort to protests and demonstrations. And so this was made very clear to the authorities that be. Unfortunately, after 14 days, nothing came out of the communique. And this communique was dated 27th of September 2021. So after we served the authorities on the 11th of October, we decided to then issue a notice of public action, public protest and demonstration to the police. The police got a notice and invited me, and we had a very fruitful discussion where they pleaded that we change the date. And in fact, we were going to have the protest on the 26th of October. But the police wrote to us and said we should do it on the 25th. And I said, no problem. So I had to just go back, get the other stakeholders informed so that we can do that on the 25th. And that was exactly what we did on the 25th.
I know the downside or the unfortunate part of what happened, which really were things that should be expected in protest, was the fact that even before we would even start our demonstration, the people in the various community along that stretch had come out, particularly the youth, and were already blocking roads and burning ties. And if I later got to know that most of the people who were blocking the roads were even the trotro drivers, and some of them were claiming that if they will not go to job, then nobody must go to work on that day. But obviously, as a leader, when I heard that early in the morning, I just assured the police that once I get to the area, we are going to do everything possible to make sure that we de-escalate the situation. So, and when we're going, then we saw roadblocks ahead of us. And that was where we saw the police also. So together with the police, we went there. And I addressed the youth and told them that there was no need for them to remain on the streets, and that all of them should come with me so we can go to Otinibi so we can do the march. So they followed me. I mean, it took some time, to really cool their tempers, but that is what emotional intelligence and situational awareness requires. I mean, when people are angry, particularly in a circumstance of a protest, you just have to work around them to de-escalate the situation. And then from there, I then moved to Damfa. I think it was in Damfa that beyond the blocking of the road, I saw the first tie burning. That was what I saw in Damfa. So again, I had to get down, try to talk to them, talk them down. But whilst I was talking to them, some of them were still insisting on trying to burn more ties. But of course, like I said, the policemen were there with me, and we had to work with them together to de-escalate the situation and got them to follow us. So at Otinibi, we then took time to address the gathering and began to lead them on the protest. And this protest that we're now going, the police were the people ahead of us that were now, embarking on this walk. And the walk was extremely peaceful, extremely peaceful. And we did that until we got to Aimensa, where I addressed the community. And in fact, just when I was preparing to address the community, between that time and the time I started address was when we began the initial conversation, when the police was trying to give me an intel that, or not an intel, to inform me that they would want to have me after the demonstration at the region. And I said that obviously was not going to be possible, because from there I'll come to Parliament. So, and then they said, no, I need to come along with them. And I said, no.
At that point, they are not giving you any reason why they were
No. I mean, and of course, when you are not given any reason for invitation, I mean, you are not bound to respond to such invitations. So I recall that when I took the mic and I was finally speaking to the people, after making all my points, I made it very clear that police had indicated to me that they were inviting me and that I'm declining the invitation. And I want to assure them that they cannot arrest me because I'm not willing and ready to waive my parliamentary immunity for them. If they want to arrest me, they know what to do. So in other words, I was openly throwing a challenge to them that the law you need to use if you really want to arrest me. And I'm sure that probably might have angered them or something. So then if we say we can't arrest you, then we will arrest you for you to know that we can arrest you, or for whatever reason I can't tell. But my understanding of the law as someone who have been practicing for some time now is that you cannot arrest a person without telling the person the reasons for the arrest. I know that when you look at the sequence of events that I've narrated, obviously for those who might not have followed the demonstration from the time we began to the time it ended, you can easily confuse sequence of events and think that the real demonstration was the blocking of road and the burning of ties. I am very sure that people who probably were on social media or seeing some of those short videos, maybe at the police headquarters and others, they may be the people who may be calling the people on the ground that, why is an MP leading a demonstration and burning ties and blocking roads? So they probably may be directing that if that MP is doing that, then you may have to arrest the MP. Of course, and I agree. If the police saw me gathering ties and trying to spark fire on the road, yes, why not? I can't raise parliamentary immunity under those circumstances when right before them I am committing crime. You understand what I mean? Yeah. But in this case, that wasn't what happened. In fact, when those things began, I wasn't even there. But even when I got there, I was the one who led the way to clear those things. And after clearing those things, before we actually started the demonstration.
The police's action was largely triggered by the challenge you threw.
I'm very sure. I don't think, I don't know. Maybe they probably might have some other reasons, I can't tell. But, the point is that we must understand our jobs. And everything we are doing is regulated by law. I am in parliament because of law. I mean, what I do here, everything is law. It is a house of law. And we are making laws, and we expect that the laws that we make, we ourselves respect those laws. And we expect that people who are law enforcement officers will respect those laws. We expect that judges who are going to enforce those laws or give interpretation to those laws would follow those laws to do so. So that is what we call the rule of law. Rule of law means everybody working in accordance with a certain legal framework. I mean, Article 117 and 118 of the Constitution makes it very clear that no criminal, let's say, a process could be executed on a member of parliament when he's on his way to parliament or from parliament or attending to parliament or attending at parliament. The purpose behind that law is that when a person is seized with duty as a member of parliament, you cannot serve those processes on him. And the law, there's a reason for which the law was given, so that people who are in this space can have some limited opportunity to do their work without being intimidated by the force of police. So like I said, these matters are currently before the Privileges Committee, and I think I've even made just too many comments on this one already, except to say that the videos of what happened are all over the place. How the police attempted to arrest and all that, and that conduct is what I brought before Parliament, which has led to 2 of the officers summoned before the Privileges Committee. There may be more people, because I saw more people on that demonstration. I saw more people. Even I think the director of, not the director of operation, I think he's an operation commander at the even national headquarters. I think Mr. Ahi, he was there. I saw him there. I saw him in the midst of the people. But I chose to file the specific complaint, in response of these 2, because they were the people I engaged from the beginning. The Identity Division and then the region. So I didn't know where the national operations found its way into the end of the demonstration, and also one of those who were actually insisting. But I'm confident that when the hearing properly starts and we put all those videos before the Privileges Committee, the committee will have the powers to then subpoena and bring other people who are supposed to be there, who perhaps are not part of the initial complaints, and so on and so forth. So let's leave it there for now. Okay. And then, yes.
Well, since you're asking, we will spare you for that. But then the roads, back to the roads, you've protested. What has been the result? And if not any, what would you seek to do further?
Well, I think that it has already generated a lot of heat at the various agencies and institutions of government. It's one of the major things that I know the Assembly is concerned about now. Feeder Roads Department has been very, very worried about the situation and have been pushing the contractor to come on site to work. I've seen the contractor himself gone haywire, complaining all over the place about why we should embark on demonstration and so on and so forth, without taking responsibility of his own incapacity to deliver on the work that has been given him. And what I have done following that is to file an urgent question in Parliament to bring the Minister for Road to Parliament to come and tell the people of Ghana the criteria they use in selecting contractors, like the contractor on the Imensa Amrehia Road, and in the events that they fail to deliver on those contracts, like this very person, what sanctions are there for such contractors? And all these ones is to ensure that we can hold the contractor accountable to the citizens living in that stretch of the road. And quite apart from that, I know the contractor has said that they were unable to work because of rains. As weather has been raining for the last 1 year in Ghana, it is only the viewers who can judge for themselves. But the last promise he made is that in 2 weeks they are going to be on that stretch.
Your MC is supposed to be helping you out in this situation. Do you think that you are having difficulty in getting this road fixed because you are an opposition MP?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I just think that government has not shown commitment to this its own promises. Remember, it's government that declared first year of road and second year of road. It wasn't the MCE. The MCE is only an agent of government. So sometimes I pity her because I mean, things are not working, and there is no way she can actually look the government in the face and tell the government anything, because she is essentially an appendage of the government in the constituency. So what can she do? This, for example, this road was given out by FIDA Roads, a road of 11 million Ghana cedis. Where would the MC? What would the MCE do? The MC will only call the contractor. Contractor won't buy site. Into the Mumbai site, every contractor say, "Oh, you're ready," and now you're sika. What would the MCE do? When I raise a question, she would have to be politically correct by making it look like, oh, maybe because he's an opposition, that's why he's raising it or something. So she would have to do her politics, but that's unfortunate. But that is how it is. So if there is anyone who can stand with the people to demand for work and demand for accountability of government, then it will be me. Because, trust me, if you go to Medina today, there is no evidence of first year of roads. There is no evidence of second year of roads. And so then one wonders, is Medina really part of Ghana? Is it part of the capital? Is the government really paying attention? Do they really want to do something with or for Medina, or they just want to pay lip services to Medina? Yeah, my view is that government has just neglected the entire community, and that is why I am on this mission to get government attention to Medina, and we will continue until Medina gets its fair share of national development.
So this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break here, and when we return, my guest remains the Member of Parliament for Medina, Lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. I am with the Member of Parliament for Medina, Lawyer Sosu, and our next issue has to do with legal education in Ghana. The 2021 Ghana School of Law exam results has brought back discussions around legal education in Ghana, and then I would like to get his view on these issues.
Well, I think the problem of legal education is that we haven't shown sufficient leadership in this area. we haven't shown leadership because I've always said and I maintain that if law school was a private school and I was the owner of that private school, I don't think that what has happened there from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and even 2021, I'm going to spare anybody in management of my school in that manner. By now, my CEO should have been gone. So I've said it over and over again. Like the director of legal education should have resigned long ago. But you know, we are in Ghana, South Africa. He will not resign. And then, if you are to allow them everything the same, next year the problem will recur and nobody really cares. We'll talk about it. It will come down and they will continue as business as usual. So it's a very, very unfortunate situation, and that's why I believe that leaving the situation to them at the law school will lead to no resolution, and that's why we are working very strongly from legislature here to introduce a private members bill to regulate legal education. So whatever we believe must be the way law must be run, very soon we should be able to have a bill that will deal with that situation. I think that the General Legal Council, as is presently constituted, definitely needs to be dissolved. I mean, we need to replace it with something else. Legal education must be autonomous. It must be standing on its own and having the Council for Legal Education as the majority leader proposed recently. He was even proposing that we should have, he says we should look for, I think, a commission of legal education, of a commission of a sort that would give us a presidential commission to come up with the modalities, and I believe that once this private members bill is tabled, all people, individuals who may have concerns that they may want to bring on board to support the passage of that bill, they will come on board, and there will be a very broad what I would call community engagement that would make sure that we come up with a bill that can satisfy the needs and the aspirations of Ghanaians. What I have said, and I maintain that, is that every single law school or currently law faculty, for example, KNUST, Methodist University, they have a law faculty, Presbyterian University, they have a law faculty, Central University, they have a law faculty, University of Ghana. These law faculties must be assessed on their merit, whether they have the appropriate faculty and they have the libraries, they have the infrastructure that can support training. If they do, they must be certified to be able to write or to run a professional law program, so that at the end of the day, any institution that replaces the legal education, the General Legal Council, with respect to regulation of legal education, would only be a regulator, and that regulator would set a unified bar exam that everybody will write annually, and those who pass are called to the bar. And then we establish a bar council that now take care of what I'll call regulation of standards of the practice for lawyers and I mean lawyers who are either members of the GBA or who are non-members of the GBA. So we have a big problem at hand. We need to amend our Act 32, which is the Legal Professions Act, which is going to be the starting point to reforming the entire regime of legal education that we have now. And I think we can do that through a private members bill, and that's what we will consider in Parliament.
Some 499 students are being denied access to go to the law school this year. They claim that they've passed, and last week I was here, you joined the protest, you were coming right back from court. I don't know if I'm right to say you have a thing for protests.
Well, protests are very democratic means to press home your demand, particularly when you have a leader that seems not to listen to the voices of democracy. You know,
and in this case, you would mean the president?
Well, I mean, if that is what it means, I think that if you don't have a listening president, then you must bring on board the full force within a democratic space to get him to listen. And that's a very normal thing. That's why medical doctors will say we'll go on strike. And that's why you will see teachers say we'll go on strike. That's why people, because sometimes when they negotiate, their negotiations are a force on dead ears.
And to narrow this down to the president, a lot of people have high expectations of persons like you within the legal fraternity when it comes to this issue. Some people expect the president to have to be doing better in the whole conversation. What is your position on how the president has responded to all this?
Well, I mean, all that glitters is not gold. So, I mean, merely having expectation of people doesn't mean that if you thought they were gold, merely having expectation means they were really good. Because many people believe that our president was a human rights person, and that him we should be recording the highest human rights protection in Ghana. Everything should be fine. But unfortunately, he
has not proven that.
Oh, obviously he hasn't. I mean, it's obvious that he hasn't. I mean, we've had very serious issues, I mean, the last 5 years. And we don't need to rehash all of them because there are very critical things that we have now that we need to pay attention to. And for these 499 students, I think that they deserve to be called to the Ghana School of Law for them to be admitted. And that has been my call. I have petitioned the speaker, and most likely that we be working on the petition with the students to ensure that this 499 will have, I mean, will be heard. They apply to be heard on Parliament. I mean, in Parliament, and we'll make sure that we can reach out to the Ghana School of Law to consider the plight of this 499, even if it means that they will be on a kind of a waiting list, or there's going to be some arrangement the school is going to do with this 499. The school will have to do. Now I understand that I saw in some news reports that they are in court. I don't know to what extent that is true, but otherwise we would also be waiting to see what the outcome of the court case will be. But whatever we can do using the parliamentary tools, we will also do.
There are the likes of Professor Kwaku Azar, who says there's nothing stopping the law faculties from running the professional course, and that he expects one of these law faculties to start it, and then once maybe the General Legal Council rises against it, then the other issues can emanate from there. Do you subscribe to that?
Well, that may be, of course, that is a more revolutionary way of doing it, and whilst I agree that there's really nothing in law that stops them, there is a limitation, because then they will not be able to call it like a professional law course. Because when you look at Act 32, the running of a professional law course, the prescription of the courses that must be done on a professional law course are all within the domain of the General Legal Council and under the Board of Legal Education. So if the university goes ahead and run, you can run it and run everything and run all the courses. But for the purpose of certification, the only institution that can certify that these people that you've trained are people who can be called to the bar currently is the Board of Legal Education and the General Legal Council. So that is a policy problem. So not until there's a review or an amendment to Act 32, that may not work.
Moving away from legal education but then sticking to the law, there is a new IGP, and some people will say there's a new sheriff in town. Things seem to be moving at a very faster pace. Some celebrities have been arrested, they were remanded and all that. But then from your position as a human rights lawyer, some people are raising concerns that the issue of remand is somehow, some way turning into a sort of punishment that the courts and the police are using against some people. What is your take on the Satawale issue? Well,
that is a concern that I share, and it's a very unfortunate concern. And I share that concern not only because of Shatawale and all that, but I have personally been involved in matters in very, very recent times when a client of mine was arrested and was kept in detention for like 8 days. And when I insisted that he be sent to court, I was told that they've been trying to get an assignment for court, and it took forever for that assignment to be done. And on a particular day, I went there and even threatened that I was going to write a petition to the CJ against them if they don't get us a court, after which I left the place angrily. After I left, I think about some 20 minutes later, the investigator calls me and says that, oh, well, finally, we now have a court. We've been there. Your client has been remanded. I'm like seriously? So I realize, and these things sometimes happen at the blind side even of the judges. Because when you appear before the judge, all the judge knows is that this is the first time you're appearing before her. So whatever you are telling her, I mean, she's most likely to oblige. So most often than not, I think that our justice system has become a tool for injustice in many instances. And I feel extremely sad about that. And what happened in the case of Shitawale, for example, is a case study. I don't see why when you arrest someone, which you have a right to do as a matter of law, you would not want to follow the same law to deal with the person. Because the law says that within 24 hours, within 48 hours, if you don't release him on bail, you put him before court. When you put him before court and you arraign him before court, there is an automatic right to bail. Bail is a matter of right, even though that right is subjected to the discretion of the judge. Now, when we say the right is subject to the discretion of the judge, we are saying that there are certain criteria or conditions prescribed under Act 30 that the judge will need to consider to either admit or not admit someone to bail. And if the conditions are satisfied, denying those bail will be an unreasonable violation of the rights of the person.
And you would equate the Shatawale's incident
Absolutely.
to one of such?
Absolutely. So, for example, he says that the person must be a Ghanaian. Is he a Ghanaian? Yes. He says that I must have a fixed place of abode. Has he got a fixed place of abode? Not necessarily a Ghanaian. That's the part of a condition. But you must have a fixed place of abode. Has he got a fixed place of abode? Yes, he does. You need to have independent sureties with sufficient means. Has he got independent sureties? Yes. Do they have sufficient means? Yes. He must prove that he would not interfere with investigation. There was nothing that showed that Shitawale was going to interfere with investigation. And in any event, at the time, there was nothing to investigate, because you are simply saying that you made a publication, which you have. So what are you investigating anymore? Are you writing to Microsoft or to Mark Zuckerberg to give you the encrypted whatever? What are you writing? What kind of investigation are you doing? You have nothing extra to do on those matters. You understand? So clearly, denying bail under those circumstances, in my view, was an unreasonable violation of his rights. And so, yeah, and that's what I've said. So I think that we must move. Society is growing. The more we behave in this manner, the more we are taking Ghana backwards. Every society is growing and we are moving forward. We must be seen to become more proactive, more receptive to issues of procedural justice and so on and so forth. If you say I'm wrong, no problem. This is what the law says you should do with me. So deal with me in accordance with the law. And then if I raise legal challenge, you don't need to be worried. Be patient and let's go to the legal challenge. After that, you can still go ahead. And that is what makes societies grow. But when we remain as if we are a subtle military regime, where yes, we have the law, but we really do not follow the law. Okay, we believe in constitutional democracy, but we don't believe in constitutionalism.
And you think this is where we are tilting towards?
Absolutely. Oh, we believe that with the constitution. Yeah, we believe in the constitution. But would we believe in the values within the law? We are not. For example, I've made that example before that. For example, you have a Legal Professions Act, and we established a General Legal Council. And the council that you have established, you have made the chairman of the council the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, is the head or the chairman of the General Legal Council. Now, when the General Legal Council takes a decision which is wrong, and you challenge that decision, It's a Chief Justice that will empanel a court to listen to that decision. I mean, are we real? I mean, we need to grow. If you talk about separation of powers, you know, and there's a reason why in every democracy separation of powers is so critical. Because that is the only way you can hold each other accountable without necessarily blurring the lines or the contours between the various institutions. So such duplicity reduces the effectiveness of every society, the kind of checks and balances that must exist in a progressive democracy. So I think that we need to grow.
Okay. The president is in his final term, the first year, which will make it 5 years of his under his leadership. What are your comments?
Well, I think that the president has done the best that he can. I mean, obviously, what we are experiencing now is the best of the president. So you can be sure that we cannot expect anything more than he has done. And naturally, everything that grows, you know, also dies. It's a natural progression. You know, there is a rise and there is a fall. If this is the best of the president, you can be sure that we can't expect anything.
So for the next 3 years ahead of us?
I'm not a prophet of doom, and I don't intend predicting doom for Ghana. But it's not going to be any better. I mean, it's not going to be any better because the trajectory of governance does not suggest that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. I can assure you that the biggest win for Ghana would be a vote to change government. So you can put new set of people with new set of ideas, with new set of approaches.
And you'll be talking about the NDC.
To deal with the issues and the challenges of the people of Ghana. Look, you can take every sector of the economy. Nothing is working.
2024 is, one would say, too far away, but very close.
Yeah, but JM is winning. Yeah.
We'll live to see. But then you fought very hard for your seat. Is Xavier Sosu retaining Medina in 2024?
I'll leave that to the good people of Medina. I believe that they will retain me because they will not have done a good job. But I want to leave it to their own discretion.
Yes, so you heard it from the Member of Parliament for Medina, lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu. He leaves everything at the end of the day to his constituency. He hopes that in 2024 they retain him. After this interview with the Member of Parliament for Medina, some CID officers are reported to have stormed a church in his constituency where lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu had turned up to worship. GhanaWeb TV cameras happened to have arrived at the scene and recorded the events as they unfolded. This, just as we stated earlier, this is the arrival of some members, some of the minority members. Yes, and this is the minority whip, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. He's arrived here, and as expected and as announced, we expect that more of them will be coming any moment from now. The MP himself is still in there. Honorable Xavier Sosu is still in there. We will try and speak to the minority chief whip to find out what he's here for. What's happening? What did you hear? So yes, the MP is actually coming out. He has been brought out by the minority chief whip. And there he goes. There he goes. He's going into the car. He's going into the car with the minority chief whip, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, and off they go. As it stands now, we are yet to see the police that were initially here or the security as it is, but then that is the minority chief whip's car that just came for the MP, and they are gone.
We invited Honorable Francis Sosu. You know, he's a reverend minister.
So we invited him as our guest speaker. So he was here ministering. All of a sudden we saw a car park, and then armed men came out of the car. There were many. Yeah. No, actually, I think more than 10. Yeah.
Were they in uniform?
No, they were not in uniform, and then they surrounded the place and were asking for Sosu. He said I should bring him out. And I said he's ministering. So when it's done, then we know what to do. They keep pressing that they are here to take him to the police headquarters. So I asked them to produce their, how do you call it, warrant. They couldn't produce it.
Did they show any ID as well?
Yeah, 2 of them showed me their ID.
And they were which people?
That they are from the CID headquarters.
CID headquarters.
That's what they said.
And that is what the ID showed?
Yeah, the ID showed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then what happened?
So I asked them to wait. When we close, then they can take him. So when he finished ministering, then I took over to pray for him and the church. Yeah. So after that, it's like the members, some people in this constituency also came around, and then lots of people and some minor confusion outside because I'm inside preaching, so you know. So then finally, some officers came from the constituency together with his party executives, and then he waved at me that he's going to come. That's all.
So there you have it. Keep visiting www.GhanaWeb.com and stay tuned to GhanaWeb TV as we promise to bring you all the developments related to this story.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Hi, my name is Joseph Adamafiu, host of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Road accidents are claiming a lot of lives in Ghana. That's why we at GhanaWeb are embarking on a good cause. So join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, beginning at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School at Legon and ending at the Delish Restaurant at East Legon. It begins at 6 a.m. prompt, so don't miss out because I will be there.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water, and the Lish Restaurants.
Special announcement. This is the official launch of the Media Capacity Enhancement Program, and in subsequent presentations we will have the subcommittee chair and stakeholders give their solidarity messages. But before then, I would like to acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this afternoon. With us is the President of GJA, Mr. Afeomoni. We have the Vice President, Institute of Public Relations Ghana, Mr. Henry Nidote. We have the Deputy Rector of GJA, Professor Opoku Mensah. Oh, okay. Sorry, we have the Deputy Rector of GIJ, Professor Opoku Mensah. And we have the President of Primpag, Mr. Edwin Arthur. And we have the Executive Secretary of GIBA, Ms. Gloria Haji. We have the Chief Director, Ministry of Information, Mrs. Mamle Andrews. We have the Head of Finance and Administration.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I speak in full support of the position of the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, indeed, added to what he said, apart from the fact that it is quite clear that the minister sidestepped Parliament by pretending that he, as a minister, not even the finance minister, has a right to waive fees and charges or taxes in this country, Mr. Speaker. Our senior colleague, the road minister, is a lawyer and a very experienced one. Mr. Speaker, I submit that this action is not a mere action. Mr. Speaker, to make it quite curious, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, your Committee on Road and Transport met and invited the Ministry of Road and Transport to work on a referral you made to us, which is to build a road between Manfi all the way to Koforidua. At that meeting, I asked the ministry, the representatives, where is the minister? The response they gave me was, the minister is on an official trip with the president. Mr. Speaker, you read a letter here telling us the minister that the president was on a small official trip and is on holiday. Mr. Speaker, the question is this. The letter was written yesterday, 17th, and signed. It can only happen that either the minister has access to his secretariat and can sign letter physically, because the letter was not signed electronically. It was signed physically. So the contention is that the minister should have known that he has such no powers. In any case, he was not in the jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, we want you to direct that the minister has no such powers to waive the payment of fees, charges, and taxes in this country, except Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, my simple plea to you is to direct that the minister rescind his decision until that time that Parliament takes that decision. If he so wish and present that information to Parliament appropriately, we shall sit on it. So, Mr. Speaker, for the minister to rescind his decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
I don't think we have to belabor the point. I may take one person. In the circumstances, I don't know whether you want me to take the front bench or the lawyer behind. Yes, okay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make few comments on the statement that was made by the Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that in 2016 we passed in this House the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, in passing, Mr. Speaker, the Fees and Charges Act, the Finance Committee did not just go ahead to pass the Fees and Charges Act. Mr. Speaker, in passing bills in this House, Mr. Speaker, we passed a law that the fiscal impact analysis impact must accompany every bill that we pass here. Mr. Speaker, we passed the fees and charges with some quantum of money in the mind. We were briefed about how much the state was going to get from the road tolls from January to December. Mr. Speaker, we did all this analysis before passing the road toll levy. So if halfway, Mr. Speaker, we sit down for somebody to just write that he has suspended it. Mr. Speaker, even the Appropriation Act that was passed in this house, and it is worrying that this is coming on the day that the budget was read or presented in this house, where Minister came and he was lamenting on fiscal space. Mr. Speaker, that dislocation, how is it going to be catered for? And Mr. Speaker, what happens if in the end the alternative tax that he's bringing is not approved? Then who is going to cater for the gap that was created? It is for this very good reason that the Honorable Minority Leader is bringing this to the attention of the House. Mr. Speaker, we are governing a nation together. Mr. Speaker, we are working together. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, it is not the duty of the road minister to be writing statements suspending road tolls. We need him to be filling our potholes. With this few comments, Mr. Speaker, I think this House must not take this one lightly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Minister for Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I read the press release, and the word I pick is the cessation of the collection. That is the paramount word I keep, and I pick from this particular press release. That for the practical purposes of collecting the tolls, it should cease. The minister has not said he has the power to suspend the levy. Mr. Speaker, the minister has not said he's setting aside the law, neither has he said he's suspending the law. The minister says for the operational aspect, we are not collecting it. Mr. Speaker, this House passed the People's Amendment Act. A letter commission says for the operational aspect, we are not yet ready. And it has not been done. I don't think at that time the letter commission was disrespecting this House. Not at all. And so I want to plead, Mr. Speaker, with you that sometimes for the practical purposes of operations, it is better that we do not in this House take away that law but suspend it. Is it this House that will suspend or the operations people that will suspend? Cessation of collection. They did not say cessation of the law, collection. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is possible. It's very possible that this government can wake up tomorrow and say, we are not getting enough revenue, we want to collect the revenue. And that's why the government has not asked this House to suspend the law. The government has not asked this House to repeal the law. But all the government is saying that for now we are seizing the collection of money. I don't think this House should get involved in the operational matters. I don't think so. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the point I am making, that for the operations of the law, I think it should be left with those who are operating the law. If it's done wrongly, this House can correct it. They have the power to do that. But I just think that all the government, the minister has done to say, look, don't take any more road tolls. They have not suspended the road tolls. They have not suspended the law. They have not asked the House to suspend the law. In fact, this can be brought back anytime. But the collection can be brought back anytime. All they said is that we are no more collecting. So I want to find out, yes, that's all they ask. Yes. like I said, Mr. Speaker, like I said, we passed a law in this house, and the law is that electoral commission should go abroad and register Ghanaians and let them vote. The people, the operators of the law said, yes, you have passed the law, but Mr. Speaker, for now, we may not be able to put the law into practice. Were they disrespecting this house? Were they? Were they disrespecting this house? Answer me. Were they disrespecting this house? Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader has raised a very sensitive matter about the directive from the Minister. Speaker, the letter and tenor of that directive is to the effect that the collection of those monies at the toll booths and the bridge tolls as well must cease forthwith. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue emanates from the budget presentation when the minister came and gave a strong indication that that was going to happen. I agree with the Minority Leader that we have not yet even started the debate on the policy and principle, let alone to vote on it, as we have indicated, next week Friday. So the matter has not been concluded, and Parliament ought to conclude it for the minister to ordinarily thereafter come with the directive. I agree. The Speaker, my understanding is that yesterday, immediately after the delivery of the budgets, confusion arose at the various toll booths. With the exchange of fisticuffs at the various toll booths. Mr. Speaker, and to avoid further escalation of the confusion and chaos at the toll booths, the minister, in order to save the situation, came with that directive. Mr. Speaker, that really is what happened. The minister wanted to save the situation. As to whether it conformed to legality, that was another matter. That is another matter. But the minister acted timeously to save life and property. Mr. Speaker, that is why the directive was not about the suspension of the law. The minister could not have suspended the law. He only dealt with the operationalization of the law in place. So, Mr. Speaker, if the House has questions to ask, perhaps we may want to invite the minister. We may want to invite the minister to provide us with further and better particulars about the directive that he issued. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, I want to inform And my information is that we had humongous chaos at the various toll booths, and the minister acted timelessly and proactively to save the situation, to protect life and property. The Speaker, I thank you. And that's what I'm saying. If the House requires additional information, we could invite the minister to come and give us and fill us in. The Speaker, thank you very much. Yes, my Lord Leader, you started it all. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the leader. I have listened to the Minister for Defense provide his own dictionary explanation of cessation and suspension. But Mr. Speaker, it's significant. This is what the Minister of Finance himself had to say, and I want it for the record. Zero rate tolls, IA, page 60. Remove toll charges on all public roads and reassign the current workforce collecting road tolls effectively immediately the budget is approved by Parliament. What paragraph is that? Paragraph. So, Mr. Speaker, page, paragraph 247, supporting policy measures. Paragraph 247. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm further realigning myself to this. Mr. Speaker, as for those seeking to explain cessation, and those now creating emergency situations of life and property, Mr. Speaker, I'll wait for your guidance on this important matter. I thank you. Well, Honorable Members, yes, Third Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by the Honorable Minority Leader raised a very interesting perspective about lawmaking, law implementation, and reporting. Parliament's role is to make the law, but the agency responsible for implementing is the executive. When they have done their work, Parliament may call back that agency to report on why A, B, or C was done this way or that way. Where we are now, we are in the era of the agency taking a decision in respect of its operationalization of the law Parliament has made. If Parliament is dissatisfied in any way, it is open to Parliament to invite the Minister, either through questions or through the committee, to explain to Parliament why you did A, B, C, or D, or Y. But it may not be correct to say that the Minister has disrespected Parliament or that he has breached the law. He has not amended the law, he has not touched the law. The law is still in existence. As to where the ministry puts a toll booth, it doesn't come to Parliament. I'm aware that, for example, at Kubase, they have stopped operating the toll booth for about 6 months now. It didn't have to come to Parliament. But if it affects revenue, the Committee on Roads and Transport may ask the Minister to explain how come you stop operating these booths such that revenues have been affected. So, Speaker, my view is that we should look at the matter in this perspective. But thank you very much.
Honorable members, just a few issues have been raised by this statement. Nobody is doubting that the minister has issued a statement, and that statement is meant to cease the collection of tolls from last night. That is 17th. I heard the word night. I don't have the statement with me. Midnight. Of which date? 18th November 2021. What is the effect of that statement? Does that statement seek to undermine the authority of Parliament? Does that statement offend any of the powers of this House to legislate? Clearly, what happened on the 17th, Tuesday, 17th November 2021, was the Minister for Finance representing His Excellency the President and presenting to this House the budget and financial proposals for the year 2022. That is effective 1st January 2022 to 31st December 2022. That was what the minister sought to do. And the minister, straight away in the first paragraph of his statement, introduction, said, the Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members of Parliament, on the authority of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I beg to move that this August House approves the financial policy of the Government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2022. So it's a proposal they are presenting to us for us to approve, to take effect on the 1st of January 2022, ending 31st December 2022. In concluding, the minister at paragraph 1151 also stated, Mr. Speaker, we want to thank this August House for the continuous support we have been receiving over the years. We will count on you for approval and support to implement the budget for the transformation of our country. The budget here is referring to is what is presenting to the House. And so, until this budget is approved, all what is contained in the budget are proposals. We have the authority to approve. They have been given the authority pursuant to Article 179 to prepare and lay before the House. And we have to approve them. So those are policy proposals that the minister has presented to the House. Until they are approved, nobody, and I mean nobody, has the authority to start implementing something that doesn't exist. But does that amount to a disrespect of the House? That is where I will differ. The minister, because this is not a court of law, might have misunderstood or misapplied the law. And so it's for us to draw his attention and tell him that you have no such authority. In spite of all the legal and linguistic gymnastics that have been displayed, it is very clear that what the minister sought to do, he has no such authority to do that. It's not a matter of operationalization of the law. There is no such law for him to operationalize. There is no such law. The law we have now has imposed the fees that they have been collecting. So it's being implemented. It's not like it's something you are going to now start. can we pass a law which is being implemented, and the implementing authority like the executive, they are having challenges with the law. They will not come back to the House. They can, on their own authority, decide not to implement the law. Is that what the law says? I say no. If they have any problem with the implementation of the law, then they have to come back to this House. Because we don't just sit down and pass the laws. We consult the people who elected us to represent them here. That is why committees invite memoranda and invite people to appear before the committee. So we just don't, on our own understanding of the situation, proceed to take decisions or pass laws. We consult the people who have delegated the authority to us. And so the executive cannot just on their own suspend the implementation of the law without coming back to the House. That is not democracy. That will be one-man rule. And so I want to clearly direct that what the minister has released is complete brutal fulmin. It means it's an empty boast. It has no effect. If it is true, you all know that on financial issues, when there is a need for it to be an emergency, a legislation is brought, immediately the budget is presented, and we are asked to pass it through the process of what? Certificate of agency. And we have passed these laws right up from 1993 until this year. And so if there was that need, that would have been identified, and the proposed legislation would have been presented to the House. The House would have started on the 17th and passed the law. That we have done before. We cannot differ from that. So I think that is proper for us to direct the minister, a member of this House, in fact, a senior member of this House. He's not just a junior member, he's a senior member of this House, who is used to all this. And I think that he might have reacted wrongly. And therefore, I call on him to honorably withdraw that directive. Failure to do so would be a serious breach. A serious breach of the directive of the Speaker. And that will amount to contempt of Parliament. I said directive of Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, hello, Majority Leader, please, I want to know, I can see the Majority Leader is so agitated that I see in his body gyrations. Is there something that the Speaker has wrongly stated that you want to draw his attention to? This democracy, I'll give you the right of speech. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not agitated. I was following your own statement, and I thought that on this occasion, the Speaker, with the greatest respect, cannot issue directive on his own to the Minister. You cannot. It should be a decision of the House, that the House takes exception to this. And that, because this is not a ruling. Please, a directive, can you please listen? A directive is not a ruling. A directive, as the Speaker is saying, is not a ruling. So I'm just saying that if it's a decision of the House that we want to convey to the Minister, it should be so stated. But when the Speaker says that it is my directive, Mr. Speaker, I thought, with the greater respect, there's something wrong with it. But I'm not challenging what you are saying. If you still want it in that form, so be it. If you still want it in the form of a directive from your chair, so be it. I thought that to carry the House together, because an issue that the leader raised, and as we have related to, we believe that, yes, there is some ambiguity in what the minister has done. And that sense from the House should be taken to him. But to say that I, the Speaker, am directing that so and so, that's the difficulty that I have. The Speaker, that is the point.
Well, Majority Leader, your difficulty truly has no basis. Why have I said that? This is a statement. This is a statement made by a member after the indulgence of the House and the leave of a Speaker. It's not a matter that has been opened up for debate for the House to take a decision. A matter opened up for comments which has been made by members. There have not been consensus on the matter. But I have taken the view, after listening to your comments and knowing what the law is, have stated my position, and based on my position, I'm giving a directive. It is not a decision of the House. I've not said it's a decision of the House, because the House has not reached any decision. So how can I just assume that this is the decision of the House? I can't do that. And so I have decided to take up that authority to direct. And I think if that is to be questioned, the proper procedure is well known by all members, particularly the veteran Majority Leader, who is one of our resource persons in the Commonwealth. You know the procedure to use to challenge a directive or decision of the Speaker. So I will once again emphasize my directive that the Minister for Transport, in the person of Roads, in the person of Honorable Kwasi Amwapata, has no such authority to issue a directive stopping the cessation, that's the way he used, of the collection of the road tolls. What is before us is a policy proposal, and until we approve it, it cannot be implemented. I so direct. Honourable members, item 5. We have a number of questions. I have the understanding of leadership that will take the questions and also supplementary questions from the member who has actually tabled the question. Then we can move on, because there are so many questions on the order paper. The urgent questions alone are 7. The normal questions are also 7. So we have 14 questions. And so we start with the urgent questions. And the first is question 5A by the Honourable Member for Asojeban, Honourable Thomas Nyako Ampem. Honourable Member You may ask your question now.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
I hope the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations is around and he should take his proper position. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Employment and Labor Relations how much has accrued to the Youth Employment Agency from allocations from the Communications Service Tax and the District Assembly's Common Fund between 2017 and 2020, and how the funds have been utilized to provide employment for the youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Employment Program, as established by the Youth Employment Agency Act 2015, Act 887, is an intervention program aimed at providing Ghanaian youth with employment opportunities. The primary objective of the agency is to develop, coordinate, supervise, and facilitate the creation of jobs for the youth. Mr. Speaker, the main sources of revenue to the YEA is supposed to be 10% of the District Assembly's Common Fund, as approved by Parliament, 5% of Ghana Education Trust Fund, and 80% of the Communication Service Tax. Mr. Speaker, between 2017 and 2020, total allocations from the Communication Service Tax and the District Assembly's Common Fund that accrued to the YEA amounted to 1,426,414,085 pesos. The total allocations from the CST from 2017 to 2020 amounted to 749,445,664 cedis 18 pesos, while total allocations from the DACF from the same period also amounted to 676,968,421 cedis 79 pesos. Mr. Speaker, these allocations that equate have been utilized to provide numerous jobs and employment opportunities for the youth. Between 2017 and 2020, a cumulative of 328,477 Ghanaian youths were engaged in various forms of employment through the programs and models implemented by the YEA. Mr. Speaker, the yearly break are as follows. 2017, 67,115 persons were engaged. 2018, 99,692. 2019, 91,420. And 2020, 70,250. Mr. Speaker, the details of the models that these people were engaged in include the Community Protection Program, Arabic Instructions Model, Youth in Sports Program, Youth in Sanitation Program, Graduate Internship Program, Regional Flagship Programs, School Support Program, YEA Job Center, Youth in Elite Sports, Youth in Afforestation, Entrepreneurship Training, Agricultural Extension Officers, M&E Assistants, and Project Assistants. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, the YEA going forward will implement more models within the dictates of the law to allow more young persons to have jobs to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This supplementary question, Honorable Member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Hi, my name is Joseph Adamafiu, host of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Road accidents are claiming a lot of lives in Ghana. That's why we at GhanaWeb are embarking on a good cause. So join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, beginning at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School at Legon and ending at the Delish Restaurant at East Legon. It begins at 6 a.m. prompt, so don't miss out because I will be there.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Venom Mineral Water, and the Lish Restaurants.
What on earth drives couples to record a sex tape? Do they measure the risk involved, or you say love covers it all? What comes to mind when sending news to your partner? Would it be for their eyes only? And what if it leaks for the whole world to see? Well, some say it's for the fun of it. Well, on this episode of Moons and Cuddles, we explore all these questions. I am Paulina Deda Opoko. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, the big question on the table, why send news to your partner? Yeah, a lot of people say it's a very dangerous part, like, you know, if you are into that game where, you know, you send and receive news from your partner. But today we're going to discuss that and explore all the risks involved. So, to help me do justice to this topic, I have actress Cecilia Anubani. Sisi.
Hi, doll.
See, when I see you, I know that we are going all out. We are saying what we are ain't supposed to say.
Oh, yes,
like,
yes.
You know, say
no
loud.
filter here.
And I like your look.
Thank you, boo.
Okay, that's it. Then in the middle, we have Cosmos Izeno. He's a sex educationist. He's been sandwiched by the ladies. Cosmos, it's good to have you back.
I'm glad to be here.
The last time you were here, where we were talking about what men wish women knew about their sexual fantasies. I was like, wait, who is that guy?
Yeah.
What, like, you know.
he was intense.
The things he said. Please, let's keep the same energy.
Of course.
Now, remember that the show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday with only 49 cedis. You get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Now, they say ladies first, but Sisi, I'm gonna save you. The first question on the table, should nudes, like when it comes to sending nudes, should it be based on your decision or a demand from your partner?
It's never a demand.
It should never be.
It's never a demand. When you're in a relationship with someone, nothing should really be a demand in the relationship, because it's a partnership. It's two people, two equals who are sharing an intimacy, who are sharing a bond. You know, they are on a journey that should perhaps one day culminate into marriage, and even beyond marriage, the journey continues. Okay, yeah, you can ask, you can, you know, request, but even when it comes to nudes, I don't think it's appropriate to ask or request. If she wants to, she would. If your partner wants to show you something, they would. It's not something you have to ask for, you know, so it's never a demand. If she doesn't want to do it, she doesn't want to do it. If they don't want to, you know, put themselves out there like that, they should never have to. You as the partner needs to understand that, because I think this is very applicable even to married couples too.
Yeah.
So nothing should ever be a demand.
It's your decision.
It's your decision.
Okay.
Totally.
So Sisi, for people who find themselves like, you know, in the game, it's cool. Like they just love to show their man what they are missing. Like, do you want to hurry with work, finish up and come home, come see all you're missing,
Yes.
maybe long distance?
Yeah.
A whole lot of things inform people to do that. But how do you play safe?
How do you play safe?
Yeah.
Gosh, is there ever a way of playing safe? No, I mean, it's really just about the relationship, how it's going. You know, you might, and it's the, okay, putting aside all of the responsible stuff, right?
Yeah.
The irresponsible part of me is like, you know, I just want to tease him a little, like, you know, and that's the fun part of the relationship, when you just want to make baby tease each other. You know, I think now what is happening is everybody wants to show everything on social media, and that's the problem. And because damn, I mean, I don't try to show my age, but like in the past, it wasn't about that. It was just about, you know what, I'm just trying to tease you, I'm trying to send you something, this is what is waiting for you, or this is what I'm working with this evening, you know, and that's what it was about. But it's just because of social media and everybody wants to be like, look at me,
show something.
Yeah. And that's the only problem now. That's why it's become such a cliche.
So you cannot
taboo.
even play safe. Like, you know, no matter how you trust the person.
I mean, with something like Snapchat, you can streak it and set it such that the person cannot save it or something. Because Snapchat will sell you out. If you try to save something, Snapchat will alert the person that the person is saving. But even with that, someone can just use another phone to
Exactly.
Telegram, for example, has the option of secret chats where you cannot screenshot at all. If you do, it comes as a blank screen.
Wow,
you know, you can send. But even with that, it's still a risk. Again, the person can take with a different phone. Telegram again has that option where you're sending something, and I think WhatsApp now has it too, where it disappears after the person watches it. But with Telegram, you can set it with. It's never really safe, even with all these safeguards, even with all these protective whatever. It's never really safe.
Protective.
If I'm going to say, if I'm going to rank, I would say right now, Telegram, if you're going to do something like that, is the safest, followed by maybe Snapchat or something.
So I've heard so many reasons why women or men send nudes. So Cosmo, I'm going to ask you, for a man, if you receive nudes, whether video or photo from your partner, does it light up your day? Tell us.
My birthday, I woke up to a beautiful set of breasts in my DM with a happy birthday message, and I can assure you I was smiling for almost the rest of the day.
Yeah.
On No Bra Day, my DMs were literally,
oh wow.
I mean, I was the happiest man on social media that day.
Okay, so you
know,
can make him happy.
These were not like internet something. These were personal. Someone who texts me and be like, "This is for you. Wow. Watch and be happy." And it was so beautiful, you know. Yes, so definitely lights up your day from the right person.
From the right person.
People.
Sissy, women too, how do we feel about it? Wait, not because there's been instances where someone will just send you a dick photo. Like, I don't know you
I was
from
gonna say, can I say dick?
Say it, my dear. Like
a dick pic is like
like my face.
Damn.
Like
the dick is not an attractive. When it's not working, it's not that attractive. So I mean, when you get a picture of it, it's a bit like, I don't know.
But why would you send a dick which is not erect? Like a sleeping dick?
I'm not gay, but I have seen some really beautiful specimens out there.
Really? I mean,
no, we're not saying that.
We're not saying.
No, that's not what we're saying.
No, we're not saying it's not beautiful. It's just a bit.
It's just weird.
When there's energy,
we need warning with a dick pic. I think a boob pic is like, ooh, boobs.
No.
But
Everyone
a dick pic is
boobs.
very much.
I realize this. Regardless of your sex or gender or sexuality, everybody loves boobs. Men, women, all the things in between. Everyone loves boobs. Dicks, not so much.
Yes, exactly. So it's like, a dick
really
pic is not that attractive in a picture.
True.
See?
That's
so
very true.
guys with the dick pics, please relax.
Unsolicited.
Maybe send some chest. I think we underestimate the chest. Send like a nice a picture of the chest with the V, you know, the
that V line. Oh,
the V is so much nicer than a real
What
raw
about those
dick
who
pic.
don't have like the abs?
Everybody has the V.
Wait,
The,
are you
not the
talking
V,
about
the
the?
abs.
But it doesn't have to be Abby. It has to be, because every woman knows what she's working with. Do you know what I mean? If I'm with a skinny guy, I know I'm working with a skinny guy.
I like
if I'm
how
with
you
a buff
put
guy,
it. Every woman knows what she's working with.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So if I'm with a fat guy, I know what I'm working with. You know, that's my belly. That's what I like. I'ma shake that.
When I see, I'm like, oh, that's my belly. That's
Yes.
it. Oh,
so show
my.
me like some abs or some, do this.
No,
something,
it's not
but-
all about dick food.
Yeah, but the dick pic is just, and you always seem to open it at the wrong time when, somebody just walks up on you and like, oh.
But it's not cool seeing a dick photo from a guy you have nothing,
Oh, no,
absolutely
it is
nothing.
not.
No, that's a huge no.
Even for men,
That's a
I don't
huge
think
no.
maybe if we're in that, because recently KKD was saying that he keeps on receiving news from women that he doesn't know, so he can text them and like, wait, is it wrong destination? Like, oh no, KKD, I want it, and he's like, he doesn't want it. Know whom you are playing with.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's very true. I feel like a lot of men won't complain when women send them these things because obviously men being men, we
Like
want to
to
see
see
it regardless.
Yeah.
But when the gender role is reversed, it's just weird, because I've had some friends. I wonder the logic behind it. You send a girl your dick pic. It's just weird.
Okay,
like-
let me tell you the logic behind it, right? Basically, what they're trying to say is, this is the size you're going to get.
It could be yours.
Do you know what I mean? It's all about the size. Exactly. And it's all about it's big. It's because, when you're doing that whole initial talk and the guy starts talking about, it's big, it's thick, it's long, it's
You want to know if it's audio or,
So, and I always think, God, why this description? Like, when we get there, I will see it. But it's mainly because I think that's what's behind it. You want to show what you're.
If you're like that with a person and you are talking the talk and you want to prove whatever, that I think that's between you and the person. But a lot of women can attest to the fact that they have received on social media unsolicited dick pictures, which is incredibly annoying. And in my point of view, it's borderline harassment.
It is
because it's usually not impressive as like. Not to sound racist or something, it usually comes from some of the Middle Eastern people. It's kind of annoying, especially. I don't know if the women in their country are not enough.
That's how they move.
They send it. I don't know. Maybe they broadcast it, and hopefully one
will catch
it. Like, oh wow. And, I mean, once you go black, you never go back. They've seen things.
All right, but then there are some people who hate the whole idea. Like, no, I'm against it. Why send nudes? Anything could happen. Now, the big question, can you explain why people take photos or videos, their personal body? Does it make you feel good?
Why do we take, I have a good body. I'm very proud of my body. So I don't mind showing it to the man that I'm with or who I'm interested in or whatever it is. So I think that's where some women are coming from. I guess that's basically what it is. It's just been, and I always talk about this, mental health. I am very, very comfortable with me.
I've always wanted to ask this as well. I feel like a lot of women want validation for their insecurities as well.
I don't think, I'm not sure what other women do it for. Yes, sometimes, women are very, they want to be validated all the time.
Wow, you're
yeah.
She wants to feel like,
feel good.
She feels beautiful, like he finds her attractive. So she sends it to him, and then I've had instances where I'm not interested in the person, but then the person will send me, like something, and I just, those things don't exactly move me like that if I'm not like that.
Well, that's what I don't know why a girl would send it to a guy who's not interested in her, into her.
Like, it's just telling you, this is what you're missing. You can get
exactly.
this.
But for a woman to do that also is because she's I'm thinking she has to be very confident, because if you're not confident and you're sending something out there and you're not looking right in all of the angles, this is why we practice angles, ladies. Right.
The other day, I'll talk about this later on the show. The other day, I was teaching girls. I got to a point when I realized, so if you're going to do it, just do it right.
Yes, that's what I mean. That the leg has to be all kinds of...
Maybe a little lingerie. Not like sometimes when you're wearing something, you spice it up.
I said something to one of my girls. I told her, look, if your nudes are to ever get leaked, if it's terrible, it's a leak.
That's it.
If it's nice, it's a wallpaper. And she was surprised, and I'm like, you see the energy you put into taking snaps, and people look at your snaps and screenshot like, wow, this girl put the same energy into.
Exactly.
If you find yourself in that.
Exactly.
A lot of girls do it to validate their insecurities. They want the person they're sending it to be like, oh my God, wow, you're beautiful, and it sparks something in them, like, wow, she finds me attractive, you know.
No, wow. I think definitely you have to be working with some kind of confidence there. I'm not around most of these people who don't have confidence. I don't know.
You don't know how it works.
But in terms of confidence, I'm not going to send you something if I'm not confident in it or in me.
That is why, as we stated earlier, it should be a decision, not like a demand. So maybe you're not feeling okay. Maybe you're not in the mood. You know, taking nudes comes with the mood.
It's a job.
Oh yeah, a lot of these younger girls,
in the mood and
a lot of younger girls do it just because maybe they are with someone, and a lot of these guys, no offense, manipulate the girls. They guilt trip them, and so a lot of these girls are doing it not because they want to, but because they don't want to lose the guy, or because the guy is demanding for it, and they they want to just. But I've met girls who absolutely love to show their bodies off. They know they have it, they know they are amazing, and they just want
That's
to
why I was
see
asking the question. Like, it's not about, women don't always take news just to send to their partner. Like, you just want to, you are just there. Maybe like, you haven't to have matching
the girl's secret.
Or the lingerie is looking
good. The girl's
good.
secret. Every girl takes nudes in secret. Every girl at some point has taken pictures of themselves naked.
You're not gonna deny it.
No,
I'm not. Girl, I said it one time, guys were not believing me, and so I called like 10 girls, and I asked each and every one of them, admit it. You've been alone before, maybe out of the shower, just checking yourself out, and you have taken you've maybe not sent it to anybody, but you've taken it, and they all said yes.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't guys believe that?
But then, in such a case, it will hurt if you're just for your eyes only situation, and then maybe your phone gets into the wrong hands, and then it leaks. That is more painful. It's not like I was sending it to someone. You're gonna blame yourself for the rest of your life. So why did I even do it?
The guilt will eat you up.
It will eat you up.
You take a nude of yourself, perhaps on your Snapchat or something. Someone is going through your phone, comes across it, and this thing annoys me so much. They transfer pictures from your phone to their phone, or you take your phone.
Like
it happens.
Who are these people?
It happens. Yeah.
If you're having a latest phone and like, okay, people always take your phone to go take pictures. You never know who's got evil intention. You can just airdrop it. And
I know a couple of people it's happened to. She gave her phone to a friend, and he saw pictures of her naked on it, and he sent them to himself.
Wow.
To later use it against her, and it was such a very messed up something.
Wow.
Anyway.
And so there are cases where people have sent their phone to the phone shop, or they have gone to how they swap phones in Accra, and they forgot to they forgot to delete these
No,
things.
when you are in the game, or if that's your habit, I don't know how to hammer it. I don't know how to stress it enough. You need to play safe.
Oh, there was a recent incident.
You need
I think
to play
last
safe.
year or 2 years ago, a girl's video was out between her and her boyfriend. He was giving her a head. Those who know, and
if you know,
you know. And how it leaked was, she wanted a new phone, and obviously boyfriend being boyfriend wanted to change her phone for her, upgrade it. So he swapped the phone, got her a new phone, a better phone. He cleared everything from the phone, but you see, on the iPhone, when you delete stuff, they go into the trash.
Right.
He did not delete things from the
trash.
recently deleted.
Oh,
and
wow.
the person who got the phone, the person who bought the phone after, saw it, and then the rest is history.
But before we just wrap this first segment, I just want to know, when it comes to partners, lovers, whether married or dated, having to record the act, you know, the whole love making thing, does it, wait, I haven't been in that position because maybe I would say maybe I'm lost in the moment, I'm enjoying it. I don't have time to having to, you know, whatever it is. So why do that anyway?
People do different things in the moment, the heat of the moment, you know. Yes, some do that to rate their performance, you know. Others do it just to see themselves on, you know, they want to see what it looks like when they're doing it. You know, a friend of mine was talking about that, and I was like, rather than to record yourself, why don't you put a mirror and you can look at you can see yourself in the mirror. That experience was mind-blowing for her. But then people want to
I just
lived too much. You can try it in the mirror. It's a live something. It has a whole different feel to it, you know. But a lot of people want to see it. They want to see it. They want to see the dick doing that thing, you know. They want to see how she wants to see how she's throwing it back for him, you know. She wants to see the look on her face when she's coming, stuff like that. So they do things in the heat of the moment. Yeah. Others do it just because they find it hot. They want to, you know, they want to watch it later, you know. And then there are the shady ones that record without their partner's notice, just because they want everybody to know that they fucked this girl or something like that.
Did you want to add something to it?
Yeah, definitely. I agree. I mean, people just want to, you know, see themselves, how cute I look. Let me push it back. Let me see how he acts.
I'm like, okay, maybe I was not doing this right. Moving forward, now I see, maybe I should,
yes,
you know.
It's just about, you know, I think just playing with each other, I guess. I don't know, it's just of late, as I say, that it's taken a turn for the worst. But initially, it was just about, you know what, it's just a play. Look at your face when you're doing this thing. Look how cute you look. You know, it was just all about that. Yeah, and it was just like a moment between two people that, you know, let's just record this. Let's see how it is, you know.
Cosmo said it, but I think we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll move to the second part of the conversation.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
You're welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, let me just play the devil's advocate. Cause, what made you send news to your partner?
Who said I sent news to my partner?
You know you have.
Oh, I have.
Okay.
I won't deny it. I have. I mean, reasons vary. Reasons vary. Sometimes I've sent them because she's requested. She wants to see it.
She wants to see it?
She misses it.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I've sent because she loves that that spontaneous something. You know, because I could wake up. That is like the person I was with at the time. You know.
Oh, so now you're available.
I mean, it depends. I've been with different people.
No, because wait, a question at a time. Are you single? Should we make a move?
Make your move. If it works, it works.
Okay.
Anyway, so partners, they're different. I've been with people who absolutely would not. I've been with people who sample she wants you to see it. This is it, papi. This is it, daddy. I want you to see it. You know, yeah.
Daddy.
You'd wake up in the morning and you used to get MTN messages, but now you wake up, you open your Snapchat,
Boobs.
and then you see the little red and purple, right, icon, and you just smile like you know what's coming. You open it and you just smile. You see a perfect set of boobs, or stuff. You see stuff. So sometimes you also want to like return the favor. You want to show something. There's a certain intimacy to it. Being so comfortable with somebody that you're able to show them your nakedness. It's in the bedroom, showing your nakedness to the person. Yes, it shows a certain amount of trust, a certain amount of being comfortable with the person. But sending it online, knowing the risk and everything, that's also something else. And then there are times when just look at it like, damn, you're gorgeous, and I wanted to see it. So you package it nicely with a little cherry on top, with a little bow on top. You send it to her and just sit back and wait for her reaction. And she's like, oh my God, when am I seeing you? It worked.
Yeah.
When you send it and she's like, when am I seeing you? Or, I want you to come over this week, or I want to come over this week. Then it worked,
It's a win-win.
Yeah, so, but then there are other times when, I feel like it's all about you knowing your place with the person and knowing when to do some things, when it's appropriate and when it's not.
Well, it's not. But then, can nude spice the relationship? If yes, how does it come?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
For nudes for wives, some wife will send a nude to her husband in the middle of a meeting or something, and he's like, oh my God. Like, it kind of like, I can't wait till I get home. So with wives, I think that's why they do it, just to spark up the relationship. Get it going. It keeps it young. It keeps it fresh.
Yeah. A lot of women forget when they enter into marriages.
Yeah.
What they used to do when they were in
It
relationships.
becomes routine.
It becomes routine. They start to become that woman.
Yeah.
When they should keep things spicy.
It keeps
and
it
hot,
spicy because if you're not sending it, this little chick over here with her upright boobs.
She's sending it.
If you're feeling insecure, maybe you feel like the boobs are not standing, maybe.
Oh, but there's so many positions.
The angle. You're talking about angle.
He's your man. He's your husband.
Yeah.
Even though he spends the night with you every night, he's in your bed with he's seen it all. But you need to make it fresh for him every time. You need to make it something that he looks forward to coming home to, And in my experience, I realized being naked is nice, but there's a certain erotic nature to not being naked, not being fully naked. A woman who is half naked is somehow mysteriously more sexy than a woman that's fully naked. So you don't necessarily have to send him nudes. You can send him thirst traps.
Yeah.
That's one thing a lot of girls need to learn to do, because I realize that whilst nudes can, be so damaging, thirst traps are moderately acceptable. You can put on that lingerie that's exposing some thigh, leaving the rest to your imagination. He wants to see what's beneath that. He wants to unwrap. He wants to solve that puzzle. It's more erotic than sending actual nudes. There are times when you can show him the nudes, but I would rather advise a lot of girls to, if they want to do something like that, to do thirst traps.
Definitely. I have like these outfits.
Girls don't know how to do
look at me
these
putting
things.
myself out there.
They try
like,
to do it and it
these
comes
nurse outfits. I don't know. Like,
Oh, wow.
I think people are starting to send them here now. But
okay,
look at you. Nurse outfits, and they're very cute. They sell them like they used to sell. Well, coming from the UK, though, you can buy it from the costume shop, and then you have just the little apron, the little hat. and you know, maybe the nipples is out or whatever.
Sent to daddy.
Yes, and so it kind of like gives it that whole, I can't wait to nurse you tonight, you know, or something. Ooh. Those kind of innuendos, or a maid outfit. Like, you know, ooh, I can't wait to clean your whatever with my tongue, you know, like.
I love the show. Gosh.
She's definitely right.
There are people who do the no face, no case. So whether I'm, you know, it's a bit covered or whatever, anytime I'm sending it to you, no matter how I trust you, still no face. So you can see everything but not the face.
Never show your face in a nude picture. Yeah. I realized you can't stop people from taking nudes. When people were living in caves, in millennial, you know, way back in the olden days when they were living in caves, and they would draw women and stick figures and still add boobs, you know. When men learn to sculpt.
And that's the first selfie. I mean, that was the first, you know, nude pic.
When men learn to sculpt, there are so many sculptures. I mean, the most famous sculptures in the world are of naked people. You know, painters have painted famous portraits of women naked. It's always been a thing where people want to see people naked. So when the camera was invented, it was only a matter of time before people, you know, wanted to document themselves naked. The world is more connected. It's a global village. Anything you do can be like out there for millions of people to see, and it's next to impossible to erase something off the internet once it's on there. So I feel like if you're ever going to do something like this, no face, no case. Yeah. But it goes beyond that. Not just no face, no case. But then if you have...
And make sure you don't have no tattoos or anything, because...
No identifiers.
No, that's not right. You know, dude, I can see the exact...
No identifiers. Yeah. If you have tats and you're taking it even without face...
We know that
it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
We know that it's you. And then jewelry. If you're always wearing this particular piece of jewelry, right, you know, that has come to it's you know, for example, with a Tiwa something, right? When it came out at first, people were denying it's not Tiwa, but then a picture came out where she was wearing the exact same outfit.
Yeah.
Okay.
No
Yeah.
identifiers, in my opinion. If there's something that can identify you, like positively identify you, it's going to be hard to deny if something should ever come out, you know, like jewelry, like tattoos, like that couch in your room, that curtain in your bedroom. You've always been taking selfies in front of that.
We are gonna link it. The internet's never forget.
Like, I mean, see how they found the guy and everything.
They will know. Recently, Sister Deborah, she posted a picture of her with and she covered this. Oh, forget it. We know who he is. You don't have to.
I was like, yo, let the girl live. It was fast.
Yeah, it's fast because identifiers. He was wearing that shirt. Obviously, they would troll the internet to find who is wearing that particular shirt.
Exactly.
And they know him.
Yeah.
You know, so once these things are very delicate.
And you know, unfortunately, there's always a hater in your camp.
Obviously, always.
Because, you know...
It's always the ones closest to you.
Yeah, there's always a hater in the camp.
We'll later discuss people who send, because I have never felt okay having to send, maybe when there's a video leak and they're like, oh, do you have the video? I'm like, no, I don't have. What do you think I will have? I'm the last person to ask that. I don't feel okay sending people's nudes because I'm thinking, what if I found myself in that situation?
Exactly.
But we are not condemning people who like to take nudes. Whatever the case is, you decide. Once you're mature, then you can take responsibility for that. But then for those who are in the game, how do you perfect it? Because we've said about the angles. Now, if you ask you, wait, how do I take it from someone who's watching at home? Should I take it like this, like that, what? And if I'm wearing something, what should it be?
From the guy, always take it from below. It looks longer.
It looks long. Sissy.
Taking notes. Go on.
Right?
It adds a little bit inches to it.
A little bit of inches and add it a little bit closer too, so it looks bigger in the picture.
Watch and learn.
But as I said, please, we don't want any dick pics. It's not cute, guys. Give us chest or something and the V. But the ladies, I feel like if you're gonna do it, if you've really totally decided that you're gonna do it and you're totally comfortable with the person you're going to do it with, I was talking to you earlier on that no matter how comfortable you are, when it gets to the end and there is hate, because as they say, there's a thin line between love and hate. When hate comes in, those pictures are out regardless.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna do it in style.
Do it well. Do it right.
Do it well. Make sure you're looking good. Don't just wake up with the couscous in your eye and whatever and just be like, here's what I look like. You know, like put some effort into it, because the whole thing, initially, these kind of pictures started out to allure, is to get that guy or girl like, oh, you know, it's to allure them. So if you're just gonna be just waking up with your hair not did or whatever, put some effort into it so that at least we can, you know, if it comes out, it's a what? It's a screen. It's a screensaver.
Wallpaper, because I'm good. I didn't forget that.
That's what we're aiming for. We're aiming for the wallpaper.
I mean, we see these pictures on Instagram, you know, really amazing, nude, semi-nude.
Yeah.
What stops you
from doing that?
Doing the same. These videos or whatever comes out and you see it and you're like, ugh, what am I looking at?
Yeah.
You know, but there are people who've actually made a living of their nudity.
Yeah.
You know,
people
who have, you know, with the OnlyFans, that's now, you know, a big thing. People are actually making money off their nudity. So if you're going to do it for free, make it good.
Make it
good.
Yeah.
Lighting, very important.
Right.
You know how you go into the sunlight looking for that perfect
sun-kissed.
Yeah.
Do the same. Don't sit in your dark room with the shadows and taking blurry pictures.
Video
head of down. Yeah.
If your phone camera quality is
not good,
please,
don't do it.
It's not for you.
This
is not
it's
for
not,
you.
It's
Stay
not your.
away.
If he wants to see it, let him
Come
get
over.
you a better camera to take it for him.
Ladies, you heard.
If he wants to see it, let him get you a phone with a better camera to take it for him. Because if you're going to do it right.
Do it right.
Yeah.
If it must be
definitely.
done,
It has to be done
Definitely.
right.
Lighting,
And I
the
think
angles.
we have to, like, as women, it has to be part of you. If you're sitting right. If you're, you know, you don't just be like, yeah, what up? Like, I've seen girls now, and it's like, yo, what is happening with our girls? You know, I mean, yeah, I know that nudity, you know, I saw the beach thing, I think this weekend or whatever, a lot of girls were almost naked. And I was like, okay, yeah, but do it in this way. Do it so it looks sexy. If you're gonna be naked or half naked, it has to be classy as well.
If you're going to be taking nudes, the quality, the angles, the lighting, all these factors, the same energy you take into making pictures for your Instagram post. If you're going to make a video, the same energy you put into making your TikToks, put the same energy into it. Because you're doing it to seduce, you're doing it to turn them on.
Yeah.
Not just to, you know, now
it's not even doing it to turn you on. We're doing it to allure you.
Exactly.
That,
you know.
Allure. It's
That is
French,
if it's your thing. If it's your thing. If it's
Please,
not.
and you know the trick, ladies. Okay. If you're going down there and it's not the same color, or it's, the professionals actually put makeup.
Oh.
Make it up. It's a presentation. You're presenting.
If you want to earn more marks, you know,
yes,
have
it's
to
a
put in work.
presentation. Make it up.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay.
Learn something new today.
Yeah, we learned something new. But let's take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome back from that quick break. You're still watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, to understand the criminal aspects of what we're discussing today, we spoke with a human rights lawyer to, explain and give us more education on what to do. And especially those people who leak people's, nudes for fun, or I don't know what leads them to do that. So let's hear what he has to say.
If you do put a person's nakedness, I believe that's what you mean by sex tape, online, it goes against our criminal code. It's offensive. However, consenting the person who allowed you to put that photographic image or anything on social media or any other platform, but particularly on social media. And the social media, because we have a new Cybersecurity Act that completes these kinds of conducts, and luckily for us, our criminal code also forbids the publication of nudity and other things. And so, yes, so long as it's about the nudity of another person, if it is offensive, then it is even worse. If the intention is to blackmail the person for whatever reason, then you keep invert. So it gets worse depending on the purpose for which these materials were put out there for the public consumption.
Okay. Yeah, so I want to come quickly to leakages. Sometimes you may have some nude pictures on your phone, and by chance, perhaps maybe somebody hacks into your phone, or you lose your phone or something. In the process of that comes online. What's your take on that, and how do we ensure that that person's rights is protected as well?
If by accident you lose your phone and someone is able to hack into it, that is quite difficult to tackle. However, there are phones like the iPhones and the Samsungs in particular that have tracing they have tracing capabilities. So you're able to trace almost to the last person who had it. And if you're able to do that, first of all, if you're able to do that, the police would quickly come in. The police has a cyber crime unit now that can easily, in fact, disable your phone. And then the network providers also have that kind of system that they can not only trace where the phone is, but also disable it. So I think the safest thing to do immediately this happens is to contact these two organizations, your network provider and the cybersecurity unit of the Ghana Police Service, so they can take immediate steps to not only trace the phone, but also maybe find a way of disabling it. However, where unfortunately the materials are able to get online, luckily for you, they leave footprints. Cyber issues are such that there's always a footprint left by a person who goes online. And so it is even easier that way, if much as a lot of harm would have been caused, but it's even easier when the person uploads anything, any document or pictures or videos online. The police can easily track the IP address almost to the bottom of a particular gadget or laptop. And so they can even find the person much quicker in that regard. And that person, not only has he invaded your privacy, so you could maintain an action in tort and even in criminal law, and then also, i.e., trespass onto your property. And so, in addition to that, is the fact is also the fact of the publication of the nudity, assuming there were nudity published, that the police can also take that part also on under the Cybersecurity Act, and indeed also under Criminal Procedure, Criminal Act, Offences Act.
Very well said. Finally, I want to find out, what advice would you give to persons who are found of sharing nudes? Because, people have all kinds of sexual urges and every relationship is different and all that. But what advice would you give to persons who are very fond of sharing nudes?
I think lately, the good part is that as we get closer to this kind of world, there are also remedial measures that are also being provided. So if you share your nudes with your sex partner or anyone else, as much as possible, if that's what you want to do, then you have to do it by way of video so that you see each other live and nobody needs to record, so that there wouldn't be the need for a record, an evidence of that event happening. However, when it turns out that you probably have the edge of keeping either the evidence of it or maybe for the memory of it, then it will be recommended that you probably buy some cloud elsewhere and have it stored. I mean, I pretend to be a cyber security expert, but I do believe that there are a lot of cloud
softwares, and you can buy space online and all that. Yeah,
so that it doesn't remain on your phone for someone else to be able to hack into it. Because if you have it saved on the cloud, then there are maybe 2 or 3 more steps for the person to be able to hack into that one. After hacking into your phone, he now has to take extra steps to hack into your cloud folder, and that is more difficult for most instances.
Okay.
So these are available. Otherwise, the only other option is that when you finish sharing, insist that each party deletes whether it's a video or a picture that has been shared, insist that each party deletes it. And I think trust comes in here because even though the 2 parties may trust each other, but accidents could happen and someone else may have access to it. So it is always better that each party insists on the deletion. And I think that would be the best way of going about things going forward.
That was a human rights lawyer educating us on what to do if we ever find ourselves in such a situation. Sisi, what should be your first step if your partner blackmails you with your nudes? You know, something you sent to them, you know, years back or months.
I've been in this situation.
Oh, for you.
For me. I think the first thing, obviously, I always say to women that there's a fine line between love and hate. And that hate can come on real quick.
Real quick.
You
won't see it coming.
You won't see it coming, and it's and don't be surprised with it. I was quite shocked. I was surprised, mainly because I expected more from the relationship. But okay, so we like family, friends, whatever. We actually also threatened with the whole law that is coming now, and was like, you know, if you do this, well, it was already done. But we're going to have to go to the police, we're going to have to report you, and it kind of like sends that fear, if it's a fearful person. I mean, it sends that fear. In a sense, is how you deal with it and how you take it, because the thing is already out there. Luckily for me, mine didn't go too far, but it's, you know, unfortunately, like, you know, a Tiwa where it just goes... It's definitely, and she dealt with it exactly how I do. It's basically, I accept it. It's me. And what my thought process was, and when that situation came up, was it was made as to feel as if it's a nasty thing, or how could she do that, or the act is so nasty. And I was feeling like, well, isn't it natural? So it's a natural. I mean, if the camera wasn't there, that's what I look like.
I like it when people own the narrative.
Yeah, so I think you just need to own it. If it does really go out of proportion and it just spirals, like how the recent case was, you just have to own it and just be like, yeah, it's me. You know, it's a natural act. I did it. It's a personal thing between me and this person. If they feel like they need to, you know, leak it, fine. But definitely, you know, you should also follow the legal side of it as well, if you can.
All right. Because have you ever found yourself in such a situation?
Yes, I have. I have been on both sides of the spectrum. I've been in the middle of different sagas regarding these things, and I've helped so many people through it. And like Sisi was saying, you need to own the narrative. And that's one of the most difficult things to do, especially considering how Ghanaians are very sexual.
Yeah.
Ghanaians play at conservativeness, but we are very sexual people.
That's it.
But here's the thing, Ghanaians like to do it. Ghanaians like to do it and pretend like they're not doing it. And will judge you. They'll
like
judge you for the very same thing. They'll judge you for the very same thing that they're all doing.
Yeah.
So one of the most difficult things to do is to own the narrative, is to accept it and, you know, handle it. Because you realize that a lot of these people that fall victim for these things are teen girls, young girls, naive girls, you know, and they are scared. What if my parents find out? What if my mom finds out? Your mom would find out if it comes out, you know. That's the thing. When they are going through these things, they panic, they overthink, and the thought process never goes in the right direction. They are overthinking, but you're overthinking about the wrong things. What if it goes out? What if people see it?
So the first step is to talk to someone.
Talk to somebody. Let
you have to have a
know.
circle of people that you can go to. I mean, I kind of like take it for granted, my circle of people. You have to have a circle that you feel like
you really do.
Are, you know, this is what is happening to me. I mean, this is
it's crazy.
I haven't
like,
heard of this.
They think when it happens to them like that, they start to panic. So many times I've had people enter into my DMs scared shitless. This guy has my nudes. He's threatening to leak it. He says if I don't do this, I'm like, hey, stop. Let me just stop you right there. Don't do it. Doing it is not going to change anything. Doing it is not going to make him not have your nudes. Because he can tell you he's deleted it.
But it's still
there. And
you can
like
send him money
yourself
and he would ask you for more money. And if you don't send it, you know, like stuff like that, don't give in to the blackmail.
But one thing I've realized is when the sex tapes comes out, like, it's usually the women who are being ridiculed, who are the center of the whole
That's what
thing.
I'm saying. That
I don't understand. It's two people.
Yeah.
Tiwa Savage, for instance.
Exactly.
Everybody
That she was saying
about
that,
her, and it seems like they forgot about the guy.
Look at this. She had sex with someone. He took a video of her, showed her face, but not his. A lot of the sex videos that come out, you realize that it's always showing the woman's face, not the man's face.
Yeah.
Why? Because these women don't think these things through when they're doing it. In the heat of the moment, she's just doing it, right? It's like I said, no face, no case. If he's going to do something like that, he needs to make sure that your face doesn't come in it. And there are times, like I said, when shady people are doing, you don't even know that they're taking a video of you.
That's the
so you don't realize that, oh, he has a video of me, you know, whatever. These things, I deal with it on a regular. Even before the show, had a call. You were here. I had a call. Same situation. There's something with someone, and now there were rumors flying around that there's a video of her. She's scared shitless. But at least she has someone to talk to. She has someone to come to and, you know, express herself to and let know that this is what's going on. And I'm going to help her do it. You know, a lot of people don't have somebody to talk to because your friend that you're going to tell is going to judge you. So you are having sex. Hey, so you're doing this. So you did this, you did that. They would make you feel so bad. They'll make you feel so terrible that you sent your nude picture to somebody, that you did this. You know, they're not going to help you out. They're not going to help you out through it.
I think what the problem is as well is, you know, talking from this kind of young perspective is, do these young girls know their rights? And it sounds a lot like they don't.
Do they even know that?
I have a friend who is currently in prison because of nudes. A friend.
It's not sad. It's a good thing.
He was friends with me, you know. With him, I would say he rolled with the wrong person that ended him there, and so it's kind of sad for me.
What's the story?
It was in the papers. He had this friend who was a photographer, and you know, they had this franchise that were helping. You know, they had this franchise. They were selling this thing that was. It was a clothing line that was really hyped at the time. It was in 2016. It was really popular back then, you know. And the guy was taking advantage of that popularity to sleep with the young girls. You know, the guy was a photographer. He was a photographer for the clothing line, and he would ask you to come. He would take shots of you. He would make you a model, and then he would end up taking nude pictures of you. And he would use it to blackmail you into sleeping with him and stuff like that. And so what happened was, my friend, being such close partners with him, got implicated when this guy went down.
By association.
He leaked this JHS girl at the time on Empress Leaks or something like that, and her teacher saw it on Empress Leaks. I don't know what the teacher was doing on Empress Leaks, but he saw it, and the teacher told the father. Her father was a journalist or something of the sort. He took it up with the law. You know, these cases are what have really led up to the cybersecurity law.
It's a good thing. Which is a good thing.
Personal cases. I know him personally, so it was so.
But
weird.
I think that's why it's so important now that people are aware of these laws, and these girls are also aware of these laws as well, so that they know what to do. And especially in terms of these underage girls who may or may not, we're not judging, may or may not find themselves in these sexual, you should know. I mean, I don't know what the age is here in terms of what age a man should.
Is 16.
It should be 16.
Yeah, it's
Why
16.
That's so young.
Yeah.
Isn't it 18?
No, it's 16.
Oh, okay.
You can have sex before you can drive or vote.
Okay, so that's weird. But what about how old does the guy have to be to date an underage? So long as she's 16, she can have sex with any man, any age.
Yes.
Right. I mean,
consensually.
Yeah. These girls also need to know their rights, and I think it's education here.
Education is important.
Everybody takes it for granted.
Take it for granted.
They really take it for
granted.
It's
a joke.
You panic. You're like, what am I gonna do? But then there are agencies.
There are agencies that
can take it up.
Willing, ready, ever ready to help you take it up. Even if you don't have the money to fight it, they are ready to help you through it. You know, because it's something that breaks you down. It would die down obviously with, as things do on social media.
At the point, it's the worst thing that could ever.
Don't even know whether to go on social media,
if you're not strong enough, it would scar you. It would break you.
Yeah.
You're scared your parents would find out. You're scared your friends would find out. What would they think?
Well, I don't even know how I'm going to handle it if my news comes out. Like, what am I going to do? Like, I'll report it. It's not coming out. But I'm just saying.
But I'm feeling like it's a bit. It's quite funny because if the age of consent is 16. What are all these kids scared of? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's questionable. So, and that's why I'm saying it's very the culture. It's like, it's a bad thing. Don't do it. But then I can do it legally if I'm 16. So.
I think with Ghanaians, it's not necessarily about the legality
we need
of
the
it.
education.
I'm saying there's a lot of stigma and there's a lot of.
They make sex look like.
It's the worst thing in the world.
If you're having sex, you're such a bad person.
Yeah.
But they're all doing it.
To me, it would mean that then if that be the case, if they're the worst person in the world, then raise the consent. Let it be 21 or let it be 18, so that at least at that point that person is a little bit more focused and knows what they're doing.
But we're talking about people who leak videos and stuff like that. I really want, before we come to the end of this discussion, what would your advice be to someone who is in possession of a leaked tape? Because it spreads, and before you know, it's like wildfire.
Don't do it. Once you send it, in that moment of anger, she broke up with you, she cheated on you, you want to show her pepe, I'm going to leak your nudes. There are some people who do it, like the guy I was talking about. Sociopaths, they just enjoy the blackmail, because this guy he was a serial blackmailer. It was bad, it was terrible. I don't regret him being behind bars, but there are actually those that do it in fits of rage and anger, and after that you're so embarrassed, you're so ashamed of yourself. How do you live with yourself knowing that you've ruined someone's life? Like, she cheated on me, so I want to leak her news. And have some self-respect, have some dignity. She broke up with you, so what? There are girls out there. Are you so desperate? Are you so alone that you have to do something like that? In that moment of anger, you need to.
And I always find out those guys that do that always want to come back, but how can you come back when you do something like that?
Wait, you dare not even talk about coming back. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Where are you coming back to?
That's it.
So the
girl you put out there.
Yeah, so what they should do when you're thinking about doing it is basically, if you don't mean it and it's a matter of just anger and I'm going to show her pepe and all this kind of stuff, there's no comebacks from that. You cannot now come back to this girl and say, sorry, sorry, my shit is all out there.
Sorry, my news are out.
Yeah,
but
no.
the part where I want to get is where it has leaked. Now everybody has it. Example, Tiwa Savage is. I intentionally didn't want to see it. Of course, I went on Twitter and then I just found it.
Yeah.
But then on my phone, trust me,
I
don't like that. I don't like, oh,
phone.
have you seen, oh, let me share it to you, like quick.
Yeah.
Like,
a lot of people were like, oh, do you want to see? Oh, let me send it to you.
And put it up their status.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, when the Tiwa Savage thing leaked, I saw it on someone's status.
Oh no.
It was everywhere.
I really feel like people need to just stop and look at themselves. If that was you, would you like it? You know what I mean? I think every situation we always have to stop and say, if that was me, how would I feel about it? Because now everybody's so cold, everybody's just so ruthless with it. You know, I don't care about anybody's feelings, whatever, I'm posting it. And we're not really considering the people involved.
Families,
and, you know, families. This is very, it could literally,
a career you
if not
build
handled
all your
properly,
life.
it destroys, tears. You know, if these young girls get in trouble by their fathers, their mothers, it totally destroys even your future, who she's going to be. Imagine she wants to be a lawyer in the future or something.
And then they always have a way of bringing it back.
Yeah, yeah. And this is, and I always say to young people, listen, anything on the internet is out for good. It's there.
Cosmos and Cecilia, it was great. It was a great conversation. I've learned a thing or two. I'm not saying it's going to come out, but then when it does, I know what to do. Now, before we go, we want to get interactive with you. How do we do it?
How do we
get interactive, like your social media?
He's like, oh, you want to go out with me?
Oh, I made that.
Cosmos was like, oh, you want to date me? You were all confused for a minute.
I was. On social media, on Snapchat, my handle is Reverend6 or REVCIXCC.
Oh, Rev. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, Rev.
The Reverend. REVCIXC. On all other social media is IAM_XENOGH. Yes, IAM_ZenOGH.
Sissy.
Hi. So on Instagram, everywhere else actually, Twitter, everything, Cecilia Anno Barn, which is BARN. So Barn.
It was nice having you. And from Cheesy Pizza, you get yourself a coupon and you can enjoy it. You can get one to Sissy.
There you go.
Oh, let's go on a date.
I'm so down. I mean, she's not interested. She's not interested because
I didn't say that.
Are you? As a threesome.
Wait. Oh. Sissy,
we'll talk about this after
the show. Now remember that Moons and Cuddles is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juicy, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small size pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-413-3397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. It was nice coming your way. We'll be back with the next episode of Moons and Cuddles.
Hello there. So on the 27th of November 2021, we would be hitting the streets of Accra for the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. Come join us as we interact with drivers and create more awareness about road safety in the country. Our convergence point is at the Presec Legon, and we would end at Delish Restaurant in East Legon. Don't worry, food and drinks will be sorted. Come, don't miss this worthy cause. My name is Na Oyokwote, host for Bistec on GhanaWeb TV.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.